They're in the gate. And they're off. There's number one, Dylan the Gray on the outside. Maddie's Express on the far outside is second. Now rushing up the inside is Not Away. And fourth early is Limit Up. The two trailers are Invaluable Will and Kodiak Brown. Heeman Harkey puts number one Dylan on the lead. Not Away rushes up into contention along the rail in second. Three wide, Limit Up. Bet down to favoritism and stacked four deep as Maddie's Express through a contentious opening quarter of 23 and 1. Then we come back to Invaluable Will and the trailer's Kodiak Brown. He's about 10 lengths from the lead. Now, number one Dylan dealing with Maddie's Express to the outside. Not Away trying to keep up in third. Limit Up and number one Dylan going at it 45 and 4. Limit Up just took the lead away from a battling back number one Dylan. It's Limit Up. Number one Dylan won't go away. Not Away trying to chime in from third. Not Away with dead aim on the leaders. Limit Up trying to hold off the oncoming Not Away, who's got a full head of steam with Jackie. And Jackie and Not Away take the lead in mid-stretch and draw away from Limit Up. It's all Not Away in the opener by 3. Then it was Limit Up. 5 even. 10-cent super. 1, 3, 4, 5. $12 even. Race number 2 comes up next. It's the start of the first pick 3 of the day. And they're off. Breaking just a touch slowly there was Mel's Angel. From the rail, there is Ruler of the Night for the lead. She quickly opens up 2 lengths. A line of 3. It's Benevolently, Sassy Tallahassee, and Alara. As Sassy Tallahassee backs out of there to 4th. Mel's Angel trails, making up ground along the inside. She's just a half a dozen from the front. Up front, it's Ruler of the Night. She has a 2-length lead on Benevolently. Ruler of the Night tripped the opening quarter in 23 and 1. A length and a half to Benevolently. 3 more back to Alara, who's just outside of a moving up Mel's Angel. The trailer is Sassy Tallahassee, about to spin off the turn and into the stretch. It's still Ruler of the Night. De Diego goes to work. Mel's Angel's made up a ton of ground, and there's room at the rail for Mel's Angel. She's trying to come through the opening. Mel's Angel at the inside, still trying to reel in Ruler of the Night. Ruler of the Night's almost home. Mel's Angel at the rail. It's down to these two. Ruler of the Night holding sway on Mel's Angel, and in deep stretch, Ruler of the Night going to report home the winner, Ruler of the Night, by 2. Then it was Mel's Angel, Benevolently, and Sassy Tallahassee. $2 double. Snake Eyes, 1-1, 21.20. $2 exacta, 1-4, $7. 50-cent try, 143, $5.85. And the 10-cent super, 1. They're in the gate. And they're off from the outside. Big Bad Bud now. Honorable Avenue and Coach Bay speed off as they come past the wire the first time. Coach Bay takes them into the first turn, a length and a half to the good of Honorable Avenue. Moving up is Full Moon Fever. It's going to spin Big Bad Bud 4 wide into the turn, and saving all the ground at the back of the pack, just 6 lengths from the lead, is Ak Du Libre. Around the clubhouse turn, led by Coach Bay. The favorite has it a measured length. Honorable Avenue now moves up just a half length behind in second. Full Moon Fever 2.5 from the front in third. Ak Du Libre's 4th, and Big Bad Bud trails 6 lengths from the top. An easy opening quarter for the favorite in 25 seconds flat. It's Coach Bay, tracked intently by Honorable Avenue. Moving a bit closer is Full Moon Fever. Gap of 3 lengths back to Ak Du Libre. 2.5 more to Big Bad Bud. That's the 5 of them. They went the half and 50 and 1. They're making their way to the far turn, led by Coach Bay. He lets it out a notch and opens up a length on Honorable Avenue, who tries to keep up in second. Under a drive is Full Moon Fever. It's 4 back to Ak Du Libre. Another 4 more to Big Bad Bud. They're midway on the turn. Coach Bay has had it his own way up front. Coach Bay, a half length, 1:14 and 2. Honorable Avenue ratchets up the pressure again. These two re-engage. Then Full Moon Fever and Ak Du Libre. Long way to Big Bad Bud. Off the turn and into the stretch. Coach Bay trying to see it through. Honorable Avenue's been pestering him the entire way. Coach Bay needs to hold on for less than a furlong. Honorable Avenue trying to gun him down. Coach Bay. Honorable Avenue just got the better of Coach Bay, who battles back. Coach Bay. Honorable Avenue. Honorable Avenue. Coach Bay. Honorable Avenue. He won it a long head. 80. 50-cent try, 234, $7.90, and the 10-cent super, 2341, $1.81. Race 4 comes up next. It's the start. They're in the gate. And they're off. All of them broke well from the rail. The Delaware boys, the two outside runners, Creation of Adam and More Valor trying to get over. Between horses, there's Be the Music. Then we come back to Solo Tonight. And the trailer, already 9 lengths from the lead, is Smooth and Easy. Creation of Adam made the lead with More Valor on his tail. The Delaware boys bottled up along the inside under Kevin Navarro. Gap of 3 lengths back to Be the Music, who's fourth. A length more to Solo Tonight, and 2 more to Smooth and Easy, who's at the tail of the field. Opening quarter went in a pretty quick 23-4. Creation of Adam wanted the lead, and he got it. He's got 2.5 lengths on the Delaware boys, who just moved inside of More Valor. There's 2 more to Smooth and Easy, who's out of last. He's rushing up along the inside as well. And then Be the Music and Solo Tonight are together, about to pass More Valor, 48-4. So the favorite, Creation of Adam, and John Davila Jr. slowed things down in that second quarter. They maintain a 2.5 length lead. The Delaware boys moving up easily along the inside. Smooth and Easy comes under a ride outside. 3 lengths back to Solo Tonight as the field makes their way along the far turn. They're getting ready to hit 3/4 in 1:14-2. Room at the rail for the Delaware boys. Creation of Adam trying to hang in there. Here comes the Delaware boys, 4 wide. Here's Solo Tonight. The Delaware boys just grabbed a short lead from Creation of Adam. It's the Delaware boys. Creation of Adam tries to battle back. Creation of Adam and the Delaware boys. Solo Tonight keeps coming down the center. The Delaware boys and Creation of Adam. Solo Tonight joins the fray. Merging with the lead is Creation of Adam. Between horses is a resurgent Smooth and Easy, but Creation of Adam found a way to win. It was Creation of Adam by a heckle. 50-cent pick 3, 125, $7.45, and the 50-cent pick 4, 1125, $41.12. And they're off. Breaking slowly there was Mrs. Bell. Up front, there goes Wabunsi. Wabunsi has a length lead, and she crosses and clears with John Davila Jr. They have a length on She's an Art Queen, a big hold on her from Luis Perez that allows Holiday Jazz to move up on the outside. So Holiday Jazz is second now to Wabunsi, but She's an Art Queen all bottled up, nowhere to go in third. Back and forth, 4 lengths from the leads, the New Miami. After the miscue, Mrs. Bell has caught up to the back. 23-second opening quarter, Wabunsi. Holiday Jazz starting to ratchet up the pressure on Wabunsi. She's an Art Queen has been guided off the rail by Luis Perez, and they're set for a 3-wide bid. Then Mrs. Bell and the New Miami off the turn and into the stretch. Wabunsi. Holiday Jazz just took the lead away from Wabunsi, who tries to battle back. Here, She's an Art Queen down the center. Holiday Jazz a short lead. She's an Art Queen. She's an Art Queen and Holiday Jazz. She's an Art Queen just put her head in front. Holiday Jazz tries to stay with her, but She's an Art Queen edges away at the end, and She's an Art Queen's going to win it by a long neck. Then it was $2.02. 50-cent pick 3, 252, $10.85. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. They're in the gate. And they're off. In between horses, there's long shot Don Antonio for the lead at the rail. Gold Templar out. In between those two is the favorite Free Folk. He's just a half length back in third. Far outside, Rev Parker's fourth. Just ahead of Socks for Daughters. And along the inside, moving up now, is Restrike. Just 5 lengths from front to back here. Gold Templar a length from Don Antonio. Free Folk allowed Restrike up the inside through an opening quarter of 23-1. They make their way to the turn. Gold Templar a half length. Don Antonio keeps on pressing him from the outside. Free Folk, Andre Worry looking for somewhere to roll. Socks for Daughters just covered him. Restrike's not gaining ground, but Rev Parker is from the back. They're coming to the quarter pole. They went the half in 46-4. Gold Templar trying to see it through. He's been there from the start. Here comes Free Folk with a rally. Don Antonio calls it a day. Socks for Daughters down the center. In the meantime, Gold Templar just opened up a 2.5 length lead. It's Gold Templar. Stephen Fret goes to work, and Gold Templar responds. He's going to win it by daylight. Gold Templar by 5 under the line. Then it was Free Folk tight for third. $2 double 2-1, 22.20. $2 exacta 1-3, 18.40. 50-cent try 1-3-4, 27.62. 10-cent super 1-3-4-6. And they're off in the George W. Barker. First to show is Jack and Bernie. He goes right to the lead. To his inside is Flying Emperor. Then we come back to Ship Stational on the outside in third. Riders Regret moves up along the inside in fourth. Then is Allure of Money, who's shadowed by Ladies Golden Guy. The three at the back are Trelade, Rhymes Like Dimes, and the Institute. Down the back stretch through an opening quarter of 22 and 3. Jack and Bernie has a length and a half on Flying Emperor. Riders Regret with a 3-wide bid in third. Ship Stational under a ride down at the rail in fourth. Between horses moving up is Trelade from the back. On the outside, there's Ladies Golden Guy. Along the inside, the Institute, and trying to find some room between horses as Rhymes Like Dimes. They go the half in 45 and 3. Flying Emperor right to the throat latch of Jack and Bernie. Off the turn and into the stretch. Jack and Bernie trying to see it through. Flying Emperor has dead aim if good enough. The Institute's moved into third. Far outside, Trelade trying to make up some ground late. They're in deep stretch. Jack and Bernie's almost home. Flying Emperor final run of them, but Jack and Bernie put him away. And Jack and Bernie's going to take the Barker by 2.5. Then at $2 exact, 5-4, 43.80. 50-cent try, 5-4-1, $117.62. And the 10-cent super, 5-4, 1-2, $85. And they're off from the outside. There's Drossel Diem for the lead. Between horses, there's Devious Mo. Rushing up is Bowing Snowman. Back and forth, 2.5 from the front, Massey Hall. Special Stories to the inside of Major Spin. They're at the back, but just 4.5 from the lead. Speed Duel percolates between Bowing Snowman, who rushes on through inside of Drossel Diem. These two have 2.5. On Devious Mo, the favorite, tracks in third through a 22 and 2 opening quarter. Back and forth is Massey Hall. He's followed to the inside by Special Story. Major Spin's out the back. They're on the turn. Bowing Snowman, Drossel Diem, Devious Mo says, acknowledge me, as they come off the turn and into the stretch. And Devious Mo takes the lead away from Bowing Snowman, and Drossel Diem up the inside. Special Story down the center, Massey Hall. But in deep stretch, Devious Mo starts to draw away here. Devious Mo's two in front. A late rally from Massey Hall, but it's too late, as Devious Mo is going to report home a 2-length winner. 10 try, 361, 27.50. 10-cent super. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I am your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to the middle of week 5 of our meet here in Farmington, New York. Fast track to start the day for the 8-race card. A little breezy here again today. Mid-60s, partly sunny. No carryover in the pick 6. Here are today's scratches and changes. In the first, we kick off the early pick 4 and the early double in race 1. Scratch to 3, Duchess of Normandy. Race 1, scratch to 3, Duchess of Normandy. And again, the early double and the early pick 4 kick off in race number 1. Race number 2 starts our first pick 3 of the afternoon. An additional workout for the number 3 Blues City. May 23rd, 3 furlongs over a fast Finger Lakes strip in 37-1 breezing. An additional workout for the 3 Blues City in race 2. Race 3 starts the $1 pick 6, no carryover into today's pick 6, and there are no changes in the 3rd. Race number 4 starts the 50-cent pick 5. And there are no changes in race number 4. In the 5th, the start of the late pick 4. Scratch to number 2. Make a joyful noise. In race 5, scratch to 2. Make a joyful noise. The start of the late pick 4. Race 6 kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. No changes in the 6th. Late double starts in race number 7. Please note the number 2, Skylar's Starship, is a gelding. The 2, Skylar's Starship is a gelding in race number 7. And in the finale, race number 8. A jockey change on the 3, Kateri Empire to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 3. And we have an additional workout on the 8, Let's MAGA. May 23rd here at Finger Lakes, 5 furlongs and 107 breezing. That's an additional workout for the 8, Let's MAGA, in race number 8. Again, partly sunny, temperature in the mid-60s, breezy day, track is fast. First post, just about an hour away at 1:15. Coming up next, the Tuesday edition of Takes from the Lakes with yours truly and Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice with our track announcer, Anthony Stabile.
I believe it's 11 days. Is the 11th day of the meet already?
Is it 11?
Time flies.
I think our colors kind of match the Finger Lakes colors that we got with the
we're like a meld of the 2 colors. Yes, I have. Some people love me in pink. A few people love me in pink, and you're tough enough to wear pinks in old harness stores. I was calling it at Yonkers the last year and a half, and real men wear pink, Dave. So you have a little.
This is the toughest. Well, I'm not tough enough to wear like full,
you are.
full
You
out
absolutely
pink.
are.
So I got kind of. I was told it was raspberry.
You put the Tyson, buddy. We know that.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's more of a raspberry, I guess. Well, yes.
Excellent boxer, by the way. Don't mess with this guy.
Yeah.
If anybody has any problems with me up here, I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm handing it over to Big Dave here. You guys can come see him. He hands out all the receipts for me now.
My matches are age restricted, though.
It's like the races, right? Two-year-olds, 3-3s, 3 and up.
Over 40.
3 and up.
We're the 40 and up division. Anyway, Yeah, yesterday a big day here. We had the Memorial Day. The George Barker Stakes, very impressive effort by a horse right off the shelf. Jack and Bernie was able to hold off. Same horse got second last year, by the way.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Flying Emperor, yeah.
Flying
We
Emperor.
just chased him around there.
Always there in these stakes races, always. But, yeah, I mean, it was just an impressive horse, considering it's the first start off the layoff. And he looked every part of, definitely a star now, but also a future star if he keeps it going.
Perfect 5 for 5 on fast tracks now. His only blemishes have been on sloppy tracks, and they weren't even that bad races, like you said last year in the Reed. He kind of got off slowly and rushed, and then his bread and butter is being on the lead, and really good job, really good job by Deborah Reed to have him ready to roll first off the bench, dealing with some other speed in the race. I thought the Institute ran a sneaky good race for third at a big price. I think he was 22-1 when the bell rang. Keep an eye on him going forward here this summer. But yeah, fun. It was a fun day. I won't wax poetic too much, but when I was growing up, there's a patch of grass right before the clubhouse turn at Aqueduct, and that's where I grew up playing with friends that I made when I was 3-4 years old that I still have to this day. And it really was the first place where we would stop the football game or the wiffle ball game or the racing, and we would listen to the races. And that's where I kind of fell in love with calling races. And we have we have a patch of grass here, pretty much in the same place. And yesterday I was looking down throughout the day. We had a fantastic crowd here yesterday.
Yes,
we had a lot of kids here yesterday, a lot of young fans. And I'm hoping the romantic in me is hoping that some of those kids made some new friends, and that we made some new fans yesterday, because it was a great day. We sold out of the chicken, the Fairport Hots food truck. Every time I looked down, there was 6-7 deep. Chicken was excellent. I think I gave it a 9.3 yesterday. The buttered spuds, I put a little butter on the roll and made a little chicken sandwich. The coleslaw was second to none. It was
now you only had the one, right? I mean, I saw a bunch getting delivered upstairs.
This is what I mean. I know my man Chris Progno was trying to stir the pot yesterday. I'm going to give him up a little bit.
That's what I heard.
I know Chris Progno was trying to stir the pot a little bit yesterday. No, I had one.
Okay.
That was it. I had my one meal, and that was it, buddy. So
I'm just going by what I heard.
I did not get multiples. I'm trying to get the rest of this weight off so I can get a hip in the off season and come back here in April fresh as a daisy.
I'm just saying they sold out. I don't know. They sold out.
They sold out. Yeah, I had nothing to do with it. I had nothing to do. I had one. That was it. Ma, if you're listening, I had one. Don't listen to any of the rumors. There's a lot of. I want to tell you something. I've come to learn this. Speaking of Game of Thrones from yesterday.
Yes.
And we have War of Thrones in the second race. There's a lot of little birds up here.
Yes.
There's quite a few things getting down to certain people in New York, downstate, that don't need to be getting out. And it's a lot of it is malarkey. I would use a different word, but we're on television, and maybe some of those kids from yesterday are watching. So I had one chicken meal yesterday. Period. End of story. I didn't get anything from the food truck either, even though I sent a half a dozen hints.
Well, it was a fun day. I mentioned the steak. Yeah, the Institute was the one horse that beat Jack and Bernie at the end of last year. I thought legitimately beat him because, again, I think the start really hurt him in the other stakes race. But a big effort all around. Joel Cruz got the horse to the front, and it was a great day. Great day all around.
Really was.
Okay, let's look at today's card. Again, we did make Wednesday's card, so we're going to run all 3 days this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're going to continue that schedule. First race, got a few maiden races today. We scratched the 3, Duchess of Normandy.
Yeah, she won't be playing.
Yeah, Camp Beck ran a much improved race last time, and really got beat by a horse that's looked good in both starts. I mean, Dale Avenue almost surprised in the horse's debut.
Giant price.
Yeah, it was
beat
a
by
big
4
price.
or 5 favorite.
And, I wasn't really sold on the horse, but came back and ran another big race. So you got to think Camp Beck's race, being right there with that rival, it was a decent time for the race. I don't see anybody in here. There's a first-time starter for M. Anthony Ferraro. You got to worry about that one, obviously. So you got that one picked on top, and I can understand you picking that horse. The Dam's a half to a great stakes, where I'll let you talk about the breeding on the horse, but Bella Voce is another one. You can't throw out M. Anthony Ferraro here early in the year.
So I'm going to say this, and we'll talk more about this as the season wanes on.
Okay.
I made this pick for the absolute worst reason you can make a pick. I did not like anybody else.
That's a good reason sometimes.
I think it is I've lost so much money on that stupid reason. So let me explain what I mean. I used Can't Beck a little bit last time because my theory was the Linda Dixon horses were all running better second time.
Yes.
So I used Can't Beck a little bit in the pick 5 and the late pick 4, and she just missed it 13-1. She's going to be 2-1 today. Right? If the Ferraro Firster takes money, she's going to be 2-1.
Depends on how much money the Firster takes.
If the Firster doesn't take money, she's going to be 6-5.
Right.
I don't want her at that price, and quite frankly, if I'm right, they're firing their best shot second out. So I don't know where she goes off that effort. It was only 2 weeks ago, 15 days ago. The one East Harbor, shipped up from Aqueduct off of a series of maiden claiming races against suspect bunches of horses, and quite frankly, she didn't do a ton of running finishing third last time. I don't think she did anyway.
No, I didn't think so either.
Behind another second-timer for Linda Dixon, Miss Wobbles, who had a big lead in the stretch and got run down by a 19-1 shot. So
Right.
I don't like Unbridled Sister. The pedigree on John Gem is more turfy.
It's the Fabulous Moolah. There's a
The
half.
Fabulous Moolah. There's not a lot there.
You're big into wrestling. So.
I am. And she's running, and she's on the card later
Yes.
on. What race is she? She's in the fifth.
In the fifth.
So I wind up on a barn that's winning at 45%. Wow, what a brave soul I am.
Right.
43%. And
Out on a limb.
he's probably going to be the favorite. She's
Let's
probably going to be the favorite.
Yeah, somebody backside probably already put some
She's
money
even money
already.
right now.
Open up the favorite.
It's a
Got the-
horrible, horrible, horrible reason to make a pick. But we make
Yeah.
picks, and that's what we do. So
Well, and that's how you got to look at it. I mean, honestly, I don't like anybody. You mentioned East Harbor. I wasn't that impressed by the horses last.
I don't
week.
like she ran third because somebody.
Right.
There are races we have to make third and fourth picks.
Yeah.
Somebody had to finish third in that race.
Yes.
It was her.
And you got to have a reason, right?
She beat the rest of the field by 5 lengths.
But I like Camp Beck's last race.
Okay.
I thought the horse ran pretty good. And I think Dale Avenue's not bad. Or we'll see.
I agree.
We'll see.
I agree. Yeah, Dale Evans is okay.
Second race, a 5,000 claimer. Horses have not won a race since a date that goes the distance of 6 furlongs. And I do not think I'm going to get 7-2 on Unflappable Max. I mean, I don't like the lack of pace in here for Unflappable Max, but probably won't be that far behind Holy Cowboy. I don't know. Holy Cowboy's low in speed, but maybe Blue City's got a little speed. I don't think it matters because Unflappable Max is just simply better than these horses. It's just that simple. He's just better than these $5,000 claimers.
Yep, he's just better. I agree. Part of the reason I didn't pick Holy Cowboy, listen, I'm a sucker for loose speed.
Right.
And Holy Cowboy's supposed to be gone in here.
It's supposed to be the only speed.
There's 2 problems with him. One, he's got to go 6 today. He's 0 for 10 at 6
Yes,
furlongs.
and that was my knock too.
2, the bigger problem for me. All of the Deb Breed horses are firing big shots first off the layoff. This horse didn't run a step off the layoff, and then he did not run. I know his Fig jumped 14 points if you use Bayer, but he didn't really do much running from the quarter pole home last time. 3/16 pole home. When they straightened into the stretch, he was getting beat. Now he's got to go 6 for a barn that's been on fire. First off, she's hit the board. Deb, before yesterday, she hit the board with 6 of her 11 runners. He accounts for 2 of the off-the-board finishes.
Yeah.
I put him second because he's loose. I don't blame you for what you did, because if he stops, he
He
stops.
stops. He's going to stop. He might be right out of it.
But where is anybody? I mean,
But-
tuck a buck away, I guess, can press a little bit. He was good going 6 off the
He's
layoff.
better though sitting back and making a run.
Yeah,
He's,
I
I mean,
agree.
Blue City's the only one who's shown any kind of speed in the past. And you're right. Holy Cowboy. The only problem he has in the past, he had trouble breaking in the past, but. That's what scared me off the horse. 0 for 10 is, you mentioned it, 0 for 10 at 6 furlongs. That's a big stat. And that's you hear me say that a lot here at Finger Lakes over the years. If a horse is not good at the distance, they're not good at the distance.
Right.
And it doesn't matter if they're low in speed sometimes. They're not good at the distance. If a speed horse can't get 6 furlongs, it's normally because they just can't go that far. Because a lot of times 6 furlongs here at Finger Lakes is easier than 5.5. Especially when you're alone.
That's a
you're
lot
allowed
of
to relax.
That's a lot of places.
Right, you're allowed to relax out there instead of getting pushed to get out there. So yeah, that was my problem with Holy Cowboy. But speed was okay yesterday. So if he is out there able to dictate the tempo, and Unflappable Max finds himself with too much to do, you could see him winning though. You could see it happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
But because of the pace advantage, I just had a problem with the 0 for 10, and I know Holy Cowboy. And you made the point. Was he supposed to run better last time? At least hit the board. At least be in the top 3.
Same race.
Right.
Sneeds beat him a considerable margin. Sneeds beat him length and a half. Again, I'm a sucker for loose speed, so I put him second. But
Right.
I have no. I mean, if and here's the other part of it. If Unflappable Max shows up, none of it'll matter.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Run him down anyway.
So.
Yeah, he's just better than these horses.
Yeah.
And Sneeds doesn't win.
Right.
You know, Sneeds, no matter he goes long, he goes short, he's
11
second
seconds, 8/3.
Yeah, he just doesn't win. Third race starts a pick 6. I had a lot of trouble with this race. I mean, you know these wise guys going to the lead. Cody's Express isn't as fast, but he'll keep him honest. War of Thrones is just better. He's another one. I just don't know about the layoff for War of Thrones. But as we talked about before, this year is a little different for Jim Aquilano than last year, where they're firing off of the layoff, where last year it just was kind of an off year for Aquilano. Now, you're a big Game of Thrones fan.
I am.
Of course, that's not good. If you didn't pick the horse, that means it's probably going to get nothing here. But
We haven't gotten that desperate yet.
I
haven't gotten that desperate. It'll come.
I liked Dee's Wise Guy last time, and I felt I got a little bit fortunate when the other horse didn't break. I mean,
True.
I mean, he did. I mean, he was out there alone. He did what he had to do. I don't know how good Dee's Wise Guy is right now. I just don't, because he had things so easy. He could just get out there and be better than these horses. He could. But I'm not sold on him, and I thought War of Thrones, numbers-wise, form-wise, last year was better, and I don't have a problem taking Aquilano off the layoff. So I went with him on top. Debo's always there. He's not going to get the perfect trip he got last time. Let's face it, he got a perfect trip.
I didn't like him last time. I loved him true back when he had the fitness edge on those horses.
Right.
And I didn't think he ran 2 steps.
Well,
he ran last time.
Well, I figured he'd get the trip. I mean, that was the thing. You kind of assumed.
You liked him a lot more than I did last time. You picked him last time.
Well,
I thought you were crazy.
I was making the assumption he'd get the trip, and I got lucky that he did. I mean
You didn't get
sometimes
lucky.
that
You were
doesn't
right.
always.
You
Well,
capped
sometimes
it
that doesn't work out.
You capped it the right way, though. He got the right trip, and he galloped. Listen, he is very logical in here based on the fact that there's a version of Smooth Tails that can show speed.
Mm-hmm.
Cody's Express rather is fast. Cody's Express, by the way, I was doing the pedigree work last night. Cody's Express is half the 3 technique, multiple steps. He's got a lot of good pedigree. You know, I mean, he's 5 now and he's run 17 times, but he's got a lot of good pedigree. There was another one in there. I can't remember off the top of my head now.
When he's gotten the lead, though, he's been like the only speed in those races. I don't think he's as fast as Dee's Wise Guy unless he really is aggressive. So I don't know. Maybe they will be. Maybe Dalton Brown says, him and the Niz get together and they say, well, let's send this horse and make it a little more difficult for Dee's Wise Guy. That could be the key. If he's out there relaxing at 5.5, they're not going to catch him.
I love the aggressiveness of the Ferraro barn right now, right? Because they could take advantage of the run they're on, but they're not. They're showing you Dee's Wise Guy came back in the allowance race, didn't really run at all, and the board told you he wasn't going to run. He was in over his head a little bit too. They ran him back for the 11, 3 life. He gallops, gets a little fortunate with the other speed, not breaking that day. So what do they do instead? Drop him. Yeah, you want him? Take him. Come get him. He's out of the 3. He's out of the lifetime conditions. I think he's going to win today. So he'll be out of the date and the beaten race conditions. Have fun with him. I love the aggressiveness. This is how you play the game nowadays.
Well, we've seen it, and we've seen them do well doing that too. I mean, you're dropping off a win. It's hard not to use them. You got to use them. I'd use all 3 on the ticket if I'm playing picks.
I would too. Yeah, I'm not sold on Dee's Wise Guy, but yes, I would use all 3. I agree.
Okay. 4th race. This is restricted for 3-year-old fillies. It's a maiden race, going 5.5. Another one that's a little tough. I mean, of the firsters, I liked Dharma. And I remember Hannah Dances. I remember the horse did run second in the Arctic Week. She was good for a little while. She was winning races. I think there was M. Anthony Ferraro as well.
First one I didn't pick today. I picked the first 3.
The first 3. That'll be the. Well, I don't know. The works aren't great, but yeah, she shadowed. They thought enough of her to try her in the Stone Cold. I know it's a minor stake. She came from Saratoga. She ran once in the maiden here as a 3-year-old, and ran decently, I'll say. I didn't think if you watch the race, it doesn't look like she got that great of a start. That was part of the undoing, but it's not like she ran that badly either. And you mentioned Miss Wobbles already. I thought Miss Wobbles should have won last time.
100%.
Should have won. I mean, she opened up a big lead, and I don't know how she got beat, honestly, because there's no excuse.
I know how she
There's
got
really no
I know
excuse.
how she got beat.
Oh.
I had 6-1 and 0-1-6. That's how she got beat. Trust me, I know how she got beat.
Well, the point is she should have won. If she doesn't win that day,
You can't open four off the right. You can't open 4 off the turn going 5 furlongs and get beat.
Yeah, you can't like her on top today if she liked it. I mean, if she wins at 9-5 or they got her 9-5 morning line, be
God
my
bless.
guess. But
Yep.
it's not a favor that you want to take when they have no excuse, and that's always my thing. If they had no excuse the prior race, I don't pick them on top the next race, and that's the key. Yeah, Dharma debuts with Lasix, half to Hannah Dances. It's another Anthony Ferraro. Like Anthony says, it's probably the one that wins because he's got the other ones. Eventually got to go against it.
I did it. I started it, by the way. I made Dorth Soul Dancer and got some grief from it from my man Todd Height. It might have been opening day. And
Best bet?
I made her the best play of the day. The best play of the day is here with Shishi Shadow. We'll get to that in a minute. I made Dorth Soul Dancer the best play of the day against My Bronx Baby, like an idiot. And she ran a bad third. And he ripped off the next 3. It was his Ferraro pick 3 to wrap the day.
That happens.
So, yeah, right. It does happen to me. I love Shishi Shadow today for everything you said. She ran into a filly coming up from New York for Tom Morley last time and Find Your Joy, and it was off the November layoff. And, she was third in that stakes race last year, and Paul's filly, Sweet Brown Sugar, is a multiple stakes winner now. She won. I can't remember the name of the race she won down in maybe the Mattie May down in New York, at the Big A this winter. But she gets second off the layoff. She has a target in Miss Wobbles, and I got news for you. Flute Song showed a ton of speed, number 4 in her debut, and then kind of looks like she left her race at the gate in her second start. Now she's comes back fresh. We saw Joel Cruz certainly knows how to win with a horse on the front end. I think they hit. I think she sits there and picks him up and lays him down late. I hope we get the 5. I'll take the 2-1. I would sign up for 2-1.
Yeah, I don't think so. Well, it depends. Again, it depends on how much play the firster gets.
True.
If you see a lot of play, you probably want to go that way.
Be a little bit afraid. Yep.
That's the way it usually goes. Okay, that race does start the pick 5. Remember, the pick 6 starts in the third. Any carryover?
No carryover. I tweeted out a ticket today.
Did you?
Yep. You can find me at the Big A Stabile. You can find Dave at Dave Tice 28 on Twitter.
I might look at it. I might play it.
I tweeted out a ticket today. So I think there's some chance for some, I don't want to say long shots, but some decent prices along the way. So I singled.
You singled the last race?
I singled Shishi Shadow. No, I think the last race is a wide open race.
Oh, okay.
That's where I'm hoping for a little chaos today.
That's where I might single.
Okay. Interesting. I love that. I love when we have completely.
Yes. Except for this race, which were exactly the same.
I mean, yeah. This was.
Well, I think we see it the same way as Super Slide's coming off the layoff. She's had chances on the lead. And I'm wondering if Bonfire Diva, if she just beat a bad group. I mean, she looked good winning. So I don't know how good Bonfire Diva is, but she was also up close with a slow pace. And sometimes that happens. When you're up close with a slow pace, especially here at Finger Lakes, the speed horse in front of you dies, you kind of inherit and go on with it. Stephen Frez won the race pretty easily, though. So I'm wondering how good that one is. Well, I guess we'll find out today. I mean, the time and everything wasn't great, but
like you said, she tripped out.
She did. She's in the perfect spot. The speed horse stopped. True Destiny. I don't like the fact Davila goes to Super Slide. I don't know if that's a choice or not, but you still got to keep her co-leading rider. Comes out of the War Tapped race. That's the best race. I mean, War Tap would absolutely demolish this field.
Crush these horses.
Would demolish this field. And so we see it the same way. Same distance, 5.5 furlongs. Maybe not. I don't know if it's her best distance or not. But I think she wants to go long. But I think she's going to get a trip in here if Super Slide stops and she closes and gets a win. That's how I see it.
And the rail turn comment, I don't think you want it to be inside the first 2-3 weeks of the meet. So it's only a 5-horse field now. K. Barcoa, who's going to pick up the mount, can get outside and do what he has to do, I would imagine. Yeah, I mean, Super Slide's going to go, and it's a good point with Davila going there as opposed to True Destiny. But
I don't know if that's a choice or not.
Right, I don't either. I don't either. And I would imagine. You know what the funny thing is, Dave? I don't know how much faster Super Slide is than Bonfire Diva. Now, Bonfire Diva, Stephen Fretz smartly let the other speed go and just sat and inherited, like you said.
Right.
I don't know if off the layoff, with Bonfire Diva now having 2 races under her belt, if maybe you're the aggressor in here and she's faster than Super Slide. Maybe you make Super Slide take the 2-hole, take the tuck, and go on with it. I think there's a chance they hit. That's why I picked True Destiny.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not going to, and again, I didn't get the $20.60 on Bonfire Diva last time. I'm not going to take 8 to 5 today or whatever.
I think if Bonfire Diva gets a lead in 46 and change, and she's got a clear lead, she's going to win.
Yeah.
You're right. And I see the same way. I think Super Slide's got to at least try to go for it.
Got to try and go. And off the layoff, you would figure Paul's going to have her fresh. She's fresh. Paul's going to have her ready to roll first time because her best chance to win would be to get in front of this field.
Right. And you're right. The fractions that she shows in some of those races aren't really that fast.
No.
They're
The 6 is faster. It's just a matter of who uses the speed in the chess game. That's all it is.
Okay, 6th race, beaten 5. It's 6 furlongs. It is a never won 3 condition. Now, yeah, this is a questionable, very questionable pick for me, that's for sure. Pot of Gold coming off the layoff has been off since November. I think obviously the horse. It's just a matter of that layoff and coming back in for 5,000. At least is in for the waiver claim.
Yes.
At least that's the positive. But yeah, also they're mostly route races that the horse was in. Maybe he was waiting for at least a 6 furlong race. He did run 3rd for 6 furlongs in his only start back in August for 3 quarters. He's class-wise, he's a little better than these horses, but yeah, the layoff is a concern. May need one, and then if he does, it's either Holy Matrimony or Thundering March. But I'm going to take the shot that Pot of Gold is just better than these even off the layoff.
Yeah, Maya waits to run this horse 6 furlongs first time. I think that lends to the fact that he'd like a little more distance. Definitely. The fact that Christophe Clement had this horse to start his career before sending him up here, and he waited a mile. He was 7-5. I had a push on him the day he got beat. I'm sure I was making fun of it because he didn't run 2 steps. But then when he resurfaced, he was here. He ran okay in the 3-quarter race when he was here, and he did it. It wasn't the same kind of layoff, but it was still 4 months, and he ran well enough. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of sprint speed in this race.
No, not much.
I guess Hot Rod Lincoln putting the blinkers on, coming off the layoff, the intentional be to go, because when right before he went to the bench, he was buried on the front end in a speed duel. Yeah. They went decent for action. So
Uncle Vic's the quickest, but they haven't used his speed since they claimed him.
We talked about this, right? And now the blinkers come off Uncle Vic. A lot of people feel like the blinkers on helps the speed. Every now and then, the blinkers on will make a horse focus a little bit more,
right,
and be a little bit more handy. So maybe taking the blinkers off is going to get him a little bit more free running from the rail.
He's on the rail. That's the thing. You got to be aggressive. A little bit.
Yeah, you got to be aggressive. You don't want to get shuffled.
Right.
In any kind of sprint race. I like Holy Matrimony. I thought Holy Matrimony. There was an inquiry into this race last week, and I thought Holy Matrimony was affected a bit in the stretch. I agreed with the stewards. I don't necessarily think the outcome of the race would have changed, but putting that incident aside, he was off 6 months. He was in contention turning for home. He had a little trouble, and he still finished up nicely. Crunch BBB dove to the inside on the turn and kind of just outfinished him a little bit. But that's okay. He was off the 6 months, and now he comes back quick. I think that's a great sign. This is a horse that at one point in his career, it's not on the card anymore. I called this horse's maiden win, I want to say, in 2020. And then he was gone for like 2 years. And when he came back, I think Rob Actress had him when he came back. He broke his maiden. This is how far back it goes. Gary Gullo doesn't even have a trainer's license anymore. Gary broke his maiden 4 or 5 years ago in the spring at Aqueduct. And then he came back for Rob Actress a couple of years later, and I got mocked for picking him, and he won. So those are his 2 wins. The fact that a horse who had that long of a layoff is back in a week at any point in his career is a good sign. So Lugu runs him back in a week. I like Holy Matrimony today, and I think Pot of Gold's going to take money. Yeah. I think, I think it'll be a pretty wide open board. Maybe the jig is up, gets a little, he's the outlier on the tote board. But I don't think the rest of any of these other horses are going to be double digits on the board. I think it's a pretty wide open race.
Well, it depends on how much they hammer Pot of Gold.
Right.
Just because of the stable does get a lot of play. But yeah, watching that race, you're right, probably didn't affect, at least the winner anyway. Might have affected
I don't think it affected the outcome, but it affected him.
Yeah, it may have affected the position, but, like I said, they made the right call, but, it wasn't going to be Dancer, who you actually liked, I think, the race before, but,
yep.
Yeah, the horse should be tough in here. You're right, and as far as the pace scenario, it is a questionable pace scenario.
He doesn't have to be too far from it.
No, and you're right, Red Hot Lincoln might be the one that takes the initiative and gets out there. But yeah, that might be a race you can take a shot in.
It's an interesting race. I used all three of them. I used 4, 6, 7 in there.
This was a race where, looking at the 7th race, it's an allowance race. I'll tell you, I'm doing something that I usually don't like to do, especially taking a first-time 3-year-old. But, Skylar Starship has shown some class, at least shown some class as a 2-year-old. And you look at the races, the surfaces that the horse has been on, and that's the big thing here. Now, I remember yesterday I was like leaning towards an off track and we didn't get it. So I like this one on a fast track, even though it's Mendelssohn. The only time that this horse has run on a fast dirt track was the best race the horse ran. I'm talking about Skylar Starship. Then they put the horse at the B.F. Bongard Stakes. Were you there for that one?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It was a Sunday. Was I there for the Bongard? No,
you're probably at church.
I don't think I was there.
Your mom's watching. You were in church.
I was not at church.
You were at church. Yeah, very well bred, obviously, by Mendelssohn. We don't have a lot of horses by Mendelssohn here. Out of a dam that was stakes place. But that was the big thing. I liked the race, the fact that the horse won only started on the fast dirt track. And it's just classier.
If you take Uncle George out of the... Now, it would be foolish to say take Uncle George out of the race. But Uncle George has considerably gone down the ladder. His numbers have gotten slower, right? He's not the same horse he was 6 months ago.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but what bothered me was John Davila picking Stewie over Uncle George. If you watch his race, Uncle George was didn't want to be behind horses and have that dirt kicked in his face, it seemed like. I would have expected Davila to stay on and go to the front end this time.
And he ran on late. But the point I was going to make with
it's okay.
The point I was going to make with Skylar Starship is, as a 2-year-old in August, he ran a 67 buyer. Now, again, I don't live and die by speed figures.
All right.
He ran a 67 buyer. That was a good race. It was 125 and 4. I'm sorry, 125 and 2. For a 2-year-old in his second start in August, that's a good time, raw time. And it reflected in his fig. I don't blame, at the time, John Terranova for throwing this horse to the wolves in the Bongard and sleep behind. I mean, it's funny. You look, the 3 races this horse didn't win, they were all won by El Grandeo, Linda Rice's horse. But if you look at his maiden race, Mischief Joe came back and win. BD Saints came back and win. They all of these horses that he ran against, that was a good maiden race that he won. And like you said, he never got back to a fast track, ever. He's Lasix. I announced him in the changes as a gelding.
Yep, first time gelding.
He's got a solid work tab for a guy that's white hot. He's never going to be 6-1.
No.
If he's 6-1, I'd like to bet 50 to win on him at 6-1 right now. You know how these places like lock you out at a certain price? I'd like to take 50 to win on him at 6-1 right now. Yeah. I would love it.
They were talking about doing real-time betting. I don't think that would work at a lot of racetracks.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Uncle George is the only horse that's run figs comparable to that as an older horse.
Right.
Right? It took Stewie ran a 68 last time, but that was as a 3-year-old. That was 9 months after Skylar Starship ran his 67. The same thing for Pop Coyer. Pop Coyer ran all of his figs as a 3-year-old, and then the fig last time, first time as a 4-year-old. This horse ran that number as a 3-year-old, and then as a 2-year-old, and then caught 2 completely sloppy and muddy messes. The tracks were sealed. He just spun his wheels. He didn't show any tactical speed. He won the last time. I guess he showed a little speed, but he was done at the half-mile pole. Look, Dave, they were Belmont and Aqueduct races.
Yeah, Belmont. Yeah, Belmont. But here's the point I was trying to make with Uncle George is the horse has got speed. Doesn't want to be behind horses. So you would expect him coming back into an allowance race to go to the front end after watching what happened to him last time. You know, he wasn't off that fast. He got caught behind horses. You know when a horse doesn't like the dirt kicked in his face to be behind horses. Well, here's the thing. Davila opts to go to Stewie, and I had a problem with that because Uncle George is clearly, you mentioned the speed figs in the past, but also he's faster than Stewie. So Davila, who's the #1 guy for Engelhart, goes to that horse. They're probably going to put Stewie on the front end.
I wonder if Engelhart called that shot.
Yeah, but they're probably going to put, the point is they're probably going to put Stewie on the front end, which kind of compromises Uncle George. Don't you think?
If the plan to go to the lead is to go to the lead with Uncle George, yeah. I think they realized last time there was a lot of speed in the race too. That was the race when Bustin' Away came back.
Yeah.
And look, you know, take nothing away from Jack and Bernie. I think between Jack and Bernie, My Bronx Baby, and Bustin' Away, they might be the 3 most talented horses on the grounds.
So far.
Yeah. So this horse didn't run into it. You know, this horse ran into a little bit of a buzzsaw last time.
Right.
I put him second for that reason. Like, if somebody's going to pick up Skylar Starship, I would think it's Uncle George.
Yeah,
Pop Coyer, you know, Pop Coyer's another one. I know he kind of got in front of Bustin' Away. Bustin' Away ran by him like he was tied to the 16th pole last time. And he won for 13 with 5 seconds and 3 dirts. He does not want to win. So the other single on my ticket today was Skylar Starship.
I'm not that brave.
I love this horse today.
Yeah, I mean, Pop Coyer could win this race, but you said it. He gets second a lot.
Pop Coyer wins, I lose.
Yeah, I mean, he's always right there. You're not going to see a more consistent horse than Pop Coyer. And he ran a big race last time. It's just you see it over and over again. He doesn't win.
I singled Skylar Starship. It's a $30 ticket. If you want to make it 60 and use Uncle George, be my guest. But
I don't like the fact of I mean, you never want to see a 9 to 5 where the jockey decides to go somewhere else.
Right.
Especially the pace scenario where Uncle George's best shot is to go to the lead.
But I'm saying, there's a chance Engelhart called that shot because he trains both of them. There's a chance Engelhart just said, listen.
Being at Finger Lakes for 20 years.
Okay.
I Davila's going to the front end, you would think, with Stewie.
Okay.
The other one's going to rate. I mean, you're not going to put 2 Engleharts on the front end.
I bow to you.
No, I'm just saying that's just my opinion.
Listen,
it's my opinion.
You know the landscape better than I do, so, you know.
It could happen that way because,
Okay.
I mean, Uncle George is just. But the fact that he did not look good, like he wanted to be behind horses, was the problem. Anyway, like I said, my opinion. Last race, 5,000 claimer, non-winners of 2 races since the date. Goes 5.5. This for fillies and mares. And yeah, if you watch Thin Legs' last race, Determined Love was alone on the lead. I mean, that is so easy. Thin Legs, it almost looked like Michael conceded that lead and was going to try to make one run at the end, and the horse was too strong on the front end to have any chance.
And then Determined Love came back to win again.
Did the same exact thing.
Yep.
So it was almost like watching the same race. Well, that one moved on, and now there's not a lot of speed in this race. There's some speed. I mean, Betty Rubble does have a little bit of early speed, but I just think that Thin Legs is the races that she's run. She's a little bit better than these. And I was going to single in the last. You're going to go spread in the last. So.
I used 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. I wound up picking Thin Legs just because of like you said, the speed advantage. But
yeah,
I don't necessarily trust her.
Okay.
I don't. She's supposed to win, but I don't trust her. And I think some other horses, you know, I think Moulin Rouge, the 2 I put second, and you have third, came back and ran the best race of her career as a 4-year-old. So maybe it's just taking time for her to. I mean, listen, she didn't beat much, but she did it the right way. I thought keep an eye on the boys. Even though it's the first time sprinting at this distance, I thought she had figures comparable to the rest of these. We don't believe her. It looked like a horse who absolutely needed her first race, and now she gets 5.5. And then Let's Maga, another one coming off a layoff, again had consistent enough numbers last year to be a player in here. So I don't feel comfortable. I'd much rather single in an allowance race and made a special race like I did, and spread in these races and hope for a little K. I hope I can find the Bonfire Diva in the last today.
Well, you know, if I do go 2, it would be the sub. I mean, just be on the back class. and what she's done before. And she's a kind of a tricky horse. She didn't look good last time, as you mentioned. Probably needed the race. And she's got that backlash. She's got the numbers in the past that would win this. She would probably be the other one that I would use if I had to go too deep in the last. But yeah, I do like Thin Legs. It was one of those things where she looked good. I think she just got beat by the pace scenario more than anything last time.
Probably.
Yeah, most likely. Anyway, but you're right, not to always the last race. That's the race you always want to take a shot.
That's why
Traditionally at every racetrack, right?
Yeah, that's why I spread.
You got the 5,000 mains or 2 lifetimes, or even always the bottom levels everywhere. You usually get those bigger fields. Get the all to finish it off, that we don't have to sweat it.
That's why a lot of people say we have a minute or two. A lot of people when they construct a ticket. I'm a caveman guy. On bigger days when the pools are gigantic, I will fly, like on a day like Belmont Stakes Day. I will press tickets. I make a caveman ticket all the time. I know it's frowned upon. I do a lot of things that are frowned upon. That's probably the 74th worst thing I do that's frowned upon. I make a caveman ticket, and when you're making those tickets, I know a lot of people have the theory where it's like, I want to be alive, or some people are like, well, I want to have spread at the end. I try not to lock myself into any absolutes. Yeah. And here, like we talked about this at the beginning of the meet, there are trainers and riders that I tend to stay away from, but sometimes there are horses that are just overwhelming that you have to include. But for the most part, if I have and another bad thing to do, that if you say to yourself, all right, well, I got $36 to invest into this sequence, I will tend to go thinner in the classier races, like I did today. The allowance race, the maiden special race, those are my singles. I spread in the claiming races because I think you get more chaos in those claiming races, right? Okay. Especially at places like Finger Lakes. Like there's more consistency I've seen in my 10 days here so far in the classier races than in the claiming races. You have a chance for chaos. So that's how I kind of construct my tickets.
Yeah, and it all depends on how much you like the other races too.
Right.
And so as a handicapper, and from a gambling standpoint, what I look at is, okay, this race is wide open. This race you can narrow it down to 2 or 3, and sometimes it's that simple. Where this is your spread race, this is the race where you want to go 1 or 2,
100%.
because that's how you like the race. I mean, obviously I don't have the kind of money to put down, and I'm not a big gambler, so I'm
and
not
I don't want to go put
tickets.
Up, right, and I don't want to go put up $60 tickets.
No, I wouldn't even do that.
So I put up a $30 ticket instead. The ticket for the record is. I don't even think I just go on.
Well, go on to it. Yeah, check it out, because I'm gonna go look. Maybe I'll put I'll put one for myself.
Add Dave Tice 28.
I gotta start posting.
We gotta get that up on there. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta start posting. Well, I haven't posted anything. I gotta start posting on there. But anyway, hope everybody has a good day.
Yes.
And check out Twitter to check out that ticket. I'm going to, and we'll make some money.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Welcome to Tuesday at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The Big A Anthony Stabile here as we welcome the field for the first onto the track. The 1 is East Harbor with Carlos Camillo. The 2 is Unbridled Sister. Luis Perez rides. Scratch the 3, Duchess of Normandy. The 4 is Bella Voce with Cabracoa. The 5 is Can't Beck. Nazario Alvarado rides. And the 6 is John's Gem with Dalton Brown. Your field of 5 as we kick off day number 11 of the 2024 meet. Time flies when you're having fun. Thanks for joining us today. Don't forget, free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase each and every day of the 2024 meet. Head over to fingerlakesbonusbets.com as well to sign up for a new account. There's plenty of promotions going on over there. You get 6% back on all your wagers here at Finger Lakes on a regular basis. All right, let's kick off the early pick 4 and the early double on the card here on this Tuesday at Finger Lakes. Maiden's going to go 5.5. I landed on the first-time starter. One of the first-time starters in here. There's 2. Bella Voce for the White Hot. Michael Anthony Ferraro, daughter of Liam's Map. They spent $60,000 for her as a weanling, Keeneland, November. 48, third of 33 works last time out. Listen, there's a little bit of a lazy pick. I don't like anybody else in here. And if there has been a chink in the armor of Michael Anthony Ferraro at this meet, it's been with the firsters. I believe 4 have went down in flames at short prices. So keep that in mind when you go forward here. I just can't take that horse, the number 5. Where's Cantbeck? There's Cantbeck. No, that's not Cantbeck. Yeah, that's Cantbeck. I can't take Cantbeck at 2-1 because I used her a little bit at 13-1 last time, and I'm a believer that the Linda Dixon horses are running their best effort second time, and she just missed. Now she's a fraction of that 13-1 today, so I have to go somewhere else, and I went to Bella Voce. I put Cantbeck second. East Harbor rounds things out. The other, I think it's quick to note, this horse shipped up from the Big A, 3 starts at the Big A to no avail. Came up here, ran a ho-hum third. She really didn't run much better than her prior 2 races at Aqueduct, but somebody had to finish third last time, and it was her. Like I said, put a third. The other horse, the 6 John's Gem, is 5-2. This is the other firster in here. And this horse is taking some money. I wonder if that's a function of the fact that the Ferraro firsters have had some trouble getting to the winner's circle. And like me, people not really trusting the East Harbors and the Cantbecks of the world, right? Unbridled Sister's first time, Cole O'Callahan, that's the 2. She'd be a little bit of a stretch. But I think a case can be made for the rest. And you can even make a case for Unbridled Sister. She's first time Cole O'Callahan, who's having a good start to the meet. So it's an interesting way to kick things off. I went to the first of Bella Voce with Cantbeck second. If one of those 2 lose, I'm out of the pick 4. Speaking of the pick 4, it starts here. Pick 5 starts in race number 4. We got a ticket. We'll give a ticket out today. I'll verbalize the ticket during the race 4 prattle. Again, free PPs, fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. Get involved. Best of luck here on Tuesday at Finger Lakes. Post time for the first, a little over 3 minutes. Rider is off the number 6, John's Gem. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch here to report. Late scratch of the number 6, John's Gem. Win, play, show, exacta, try, supers will all be refunded if you use the 6, John's Gem, as well as the daily double and the pick 3. If you use this horse in the pick 6, you have some time to exchange your ticket. If not, you will get the favorite at final odds. Due to the 4-horse field, superfecta wagering will be canceled here in race number 1. No show, no superfecta wagering due to the late scratch of the number 6, John's Gem, who joins the number 3, Duchess of Normandy, as an early scratch. Once again, late scratch 6, John's Gem. Please note that also due to that late scratch in the field of 4, there'll be no trifecta wagering. That'll all be refunded as well. Trifecta, superfecta, show wagering, all refunded here on race 1 due to the late scratch of the 6, John's Gem. Also, ready to tell you that post times in 1 minute. Field for race 1's at the gate, and it's post time. In goes the number 1, East Harbor. Unbridled Sisters next. Don't forget free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes in the 2024 season, courtesy of our friends over at Equibase. In goes the firster, Bella Voce. The last to load will be the slight favorite, Cantbeck. They're in the gate. And they're off. Last in, first out, Cantbeck for the lead. There's East Harbor along the inside in second. The firster, Bella Voce, moves up in third. And the early trailer in this quartet is Unbridled Sister. She's already 5 lengths from the lead. The leader is Cantbeck. To her inside is East Harbor. To her outside is Bella Voce. Bella Voce now moves into second just ahead of East Harbor. It's a gap of a half dozen. Back to Unbridled Sister. The field makes their way to the far turn through an opening quarter of 23-1, led by Can't Beck. Can't Beck a length. Bella Voce turns up the pressure in second. Gap of 2 to East Harbor and far back to Unbridled Sister. The field's midway on the turn. Can't Beck trying to see it through. Bella Voce keeps coming at her. There's room at the inside for East Harbor, and she's sent on through by Carlos Camillo. Off the turn and into the stretch. Can't Beck turns for home with a 2-length lead. East Harbor looks to be her main danger, just moved into second ahead of Bella Voce. They're in deep stretch. Can't Beck opens up a 5-length lead. It's all Can't Beck past the 16th pole. The battle's for second. No doubt about the winner. Can't Beck crushed them. She won it by 8. Dead tight for second. Bella Voce was outside East Harbor. They hit the line together in 106-1. Number 5, Can't Beck was first. It's a photo for second. Four, Bella Voce finished second. Five, Can't Beck first. 4, Bella Voce was second. 1, East Harbor third. 2, Unbridled Sister fourth. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, late scratch of the 6 John's Gem necessitated refunds of show, try, and superfecta wagering. All try, show, and superfecta wagers will be refunded. Win, play, show, exacta, and a win, play, show, exacta, double, and wagering will be refunded on the 6 John's Gem. If you use John's Gem in the pick 4, you got the post-time favorite. It was the number 4, Bella Voce, who finished second. First is official, and the winner circles the number 5, Can't Beck. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Market Rally out of the Cantheros mare, Princess Marks Cant. She's owned by Old First Ward Stable, trained by Linda Dixon. Winning rider, Nazario Alvarado. The $2 exacta 5-4 paid $8.10. Race 2 comes up next. Kicks off the first pick 3 of the day. Post time for the second is in just over 23 minutes. Folks, if you haven't already, head on over to fingerlakesbonusbets.com to open up a brand new account. We have a sign-up bonus promotion going on. Deposit $100 and get 50 back. This is for new customer sign-ups only. Head over to fingerlakesbonusbets.com. All you have to do is open an account, deposit a minimum of $100, and wager a minimum of $100 minus your show wagers on the initial deposit to qualify for the $50 bonus. Once the account holder reaches the threshold, the credit will take place the following day. All you have to do is bet that $100 within a 7-day period of signing up and making that deposit to get the $50. Head on over to fingerlakesbonusbets.com. 6% back on Finger Lakes wagers each and every day of the 2024 meet. Again, fingerlakesbonusbets.com.
All right, time is to post for race number 2. There was a late scratch in that race. John's Gem was out, so there were some refunds. But Kent Beck took the initiative and was able to get the lead over Bella Voce and others, and was able to hold on under Naz Alvarado for trainer Linda Dixon to get us started. 5,000 claimers a second. It goes a distance of 6 furlongs. See a lot of early money on the 6 Unflappable Max. Simply been running against better competition throughout his career. Doesn't have much for early speed, and that might be a little problem here. And I guess that would be the one knock if you're trying to back somebody else other than Unflappable Max. He's a big, good-looking horse, as we've seen him in the past, that sometimes does take a little while to get going. And when you're talking about 6 furlongs, at least he's got a little more distance. But always liked the looks of Unflappable Max. He's usually bigger than his opponents, and that could be the case here. And the pace scenario does not favor him, but he's just simply better than these rivals, and is going to take a lot of play. The speed does come from the 2, Holy Cowboy, who finally got out sharp and got to the lead last time, and held on pretty well against a similar field at odds of 22-1. Well, he gets out there, he could probably dictate things here. The problem with Holy Cowboy is he's 0 for 10 at the distance. He's more of a horse that holds on going shorter. See how much he holds on today. At least he's got a shot against this field because there really isn't a lot of early speed in this race. Sneeds is one that hits the board a lot, doesn't win a lot. Had 60 starts, has got 11 seconds with only the 5 wins. Of course, 4 of them here at Finger Lakes. But he runs good, whether he's going short or long. And even at 6 furlongs, he's hit the board half the time. And looks like against these rivals, he should again. He's at odds of 7-2. But those seem like the main rivals in this race. You can make a case for Tuck a Buck Away is another one. At least he did show signs of life. First time off the bench, making a little bit of a late run. But that pace did back up. It was the 2 route horses coming off the layoff that ran 1-2 as the speed collapsed. Maybe he was a little closer to the pace than the 2 winners, and maybe that was the reason he didn't win. But he's usually one that makes that one run and then flattens out. It's more about the timing of it. Again, another one that might be at the mercy of the pace in here, which comes from Holy Cowboy. Exactitry Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in race number 2. Got about 8 minutes to post.
The field for race 2 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Our Boy Cheekum with Dalton Brown. The 2 is Holy Cowboy and Anthony Rodriguez. The 3 is Blue City. Jeremias Flores rides. The 4 is Sneeds with Jackie Davis. The 5's Tuckabuck Away with Michael Davila Jr. And the 6 is Unflappable Max with Cabercoa. That's the field of 6. They'll go 6 furlongs as we kick off the first pick 3 of the day. Unflappable Max. It's funny. I guess it's not funny if funny is the wrong word, but as well as Ferraro, the Michael Anthony Ferraro barn is doing, they're having a tough time getting those firsters home. So maybe one's to bet back next time out. Can't bet one pretty easily in the opener. Unflappable Max returns from Tampa. Sources one race since November. It was down at Tampa where he didn't run 2 steps. He finished behind a multiple winner for the meet. He drops slightly in class. On his card, this is the cheapest he's ever run in about a year and a half. So I wonder if, they've been aggressive, this barn, in placing their horses early and winning early. You don't win it over 40% by running them over their heads. And like I said, if you take the 4 or 5 first-time starters out of the mix, this barn's winning it over 50%. So Unflappable Max seems to find the right spot. There's not a ton of speed in here, save Holy Cowboy, the number 2. So I would imagine Koa's going to just get Unflappable Max out of the gate, try and get him close, and take first run at the speed. Holy Cowboy, the number 2, there's 2 issues I have with him. But I'm such a sucker for loose speed that I put him second. The 2 issues are his 0 for 10 record at the 6 furlong distance, and the fact that the Deborah Breed horses, along with Ronnie Breed, the horses have come back running out of their skin. Won the stakes race yesterday, our first of the season with Jack and Bernie. Congratulations again to all the connections. Coming into the week, more than half the runners have hit the board, and this gelding has been responsible for 2 of the off-the-board finishes. Well, he's supposed to have a much easier time of it on the lead today, but with that said, he stops, and he's 0 for 10 at the distance, so he hasn't won a race in a very long time. He's only hit the board once in the last 2 calendar years, but he's loose. I know, everything before Bud is malarkey. But at that price, and that's the other thing with a horse like him, you have to let the price almost dictate it a little bit. So at that price, if you're taking a stab with him, I completely get it. I rounded it out with the 4 Sneeds. Another horse just doesn't win. 50 starts in his career, he has 5 wins, but he has 19 combined second and third place finishes. That's a lot. You can earn some money that way, but you don't get your picture taken that often. The track photographer doesn't see much of the money from Sneeds, who, he's the second choice at 3-1. He's the kind of horse that gets checks. He's another one, hasn't won in a couple of calendar years, but he has hit the board in 5 of his 13 tries. He was second last time behind Debo, who we're going to see in the very next race, and has a real good chance to go back-to-back, does Debo. So he makes a lot of sense as the second choice. He just doesn't win. 6-2-4 for me. First pick 3 today. Best of luck here in the second. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Despite his outside post 6, the favorite Unflappable Max goes in first. Here's Our Boy Cheekum from the rail. Holy Cowboy goes in. Blue City is next. In goes Sneeds. And the last to load is Tuck-a-Buck Away. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off a touch slowly there was Holy Cowboy. There's Sneeds for the lead. To his outside is Tuck-a-Buck Away. Then the favorite Unflappable Max is 3 wide. Along the inside, Our Boy Chica moves up along with Holy Cowboy. And at the back of the pack is Blue City. Sneeds emerges with the lead. A host of pursuers from the rail. Our Boy Cheekum between. There's Holy Cowboy and Unflappable Max is 3 wide through a 22-4 opening quarter. Moving up between horses now is Tuck-a-Buck Away. At the back is Blue City. He's just 4 lengths from the lead. The leader Sneeds. He takes them around the far turn. A length and a half ago to Unflappable Max, who's under a ride. Between horses, here comes Tuck-a-Buck Away. Then Holy Cowboy. On the rails, Our Boy Cheekum. Blue City still trails. Sneeds still leads. Sneeds. Jackie Davis goes to work on Sneeds. 46-3 for the half. Sneeds trying to hold off Tuck-a-Buck Away, who has dead aim in the stretch. It's Sneeds and Tuck-a-Buck Away. Then Our Boy Cheekum. Not today for Unflappable Max. Deep stretch. Sneeds. Jackie goes left-handed. Sneeds responds. He opens up 2. Tuck-a-Buck Away took his best shot, but it might be second best today as Sneeds rolls home to a 4-length win. Tuck-a-Buck Away held second over Our Boy Cheekum. Blue City up for fourth, 113 flat for 3/4. Number 4, Sneeds was first, 5, Tuckabuck away, second. 1, our boy Cheekham, third. It's a photo for fourth. Number 3, Blue City was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Sneeds. 8-year-old geldings, the son of Street Sense, out of the Empire Maker Mare, Empress of Midway. Sneeds is owned and trained by Timothy P. Murphy. Winning rider, Jackie Davis, and it's official. $2 double, 5-4, 27.40. $2 exact to 4-5, 70 even. 50-cent try, 4-5-1, 102.37. And the 10-cent super, 4-5-1-3, $67.80. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of the $1 pick 6. No carryover in today's pick 6. Here are the changes for the remaining races. No scratches or rider changes in races 3 and 4. If you turn to race 5, there's a scratch. Take out the 2, make a joyful noise. Race 5, scratch the 2. No changes in race 6. Race 7, please note the number 2, Skylar Starship, is a gelding. Race 7, the 2, is a gelding. And in the finale, race number 8, rider change for the number 3, Kateri Empire, to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 3 in race number 8. $1 pick 6 kicks off here in race 3. Post time in just over 22 minutes.
Horse in the paddock for race number 3, and the heavy favorite did not fire at all in race number 2. Unflappable Max just not having it in that race. The race was influenced by not such a great start by Holy Cowboy. Sneeds was able to take advantage of the situation now that left no pace, as Sneeds had an easy lead under Jackie Davis. Was able to roll to victory for the Murph. Tim Murphy gets the win in race number 2, and man, those exactas a tries, a little value in there with the big favorite out of the number. Third race, a 5,000 claimer. Horse have not won won 2 races since the date, or non-winners of a race since November of 2023. Remember, we start the pick 6 with this race. It's a $1 minimum wager. Looking on the outside, Debo's getting some play at even money. You got to think D's Wise Guy is going to get the play, dropping off a win, and with his world of early speed. Interesting one is War of Thrones. It's going to be a little value in here. Regular rider Kiber Koa goes to D's Wise Guy. Not sure if that was a choice or not, but War of Thrones has the insides, but working pretty decently for the return. And the numbers and consistency are there from last year. Just a question of how sharp is this horse going to be off of the layoff. But maybe a little value compared to the other two if War of Thrones can run the speed down. That is, if D's Wise Guy stops here. Because remember, D's Wise Guy just won for 11. Now, was very fortunate that the other horse that had any kind of speed did have an unprepared start. They actually gave refunds on that other horse. So, but it did leave D's Wise Guy left absolutely alone on the lead. Can't knock him for it. He still went on to get the easy victory. And he is faster than Cody's Express and others in here. It's just a matter of how easy a lead is he, and is he just that much better than the 5,000s? He has to go an extra furlong, but again, he's dropping off of the win. And then there's Debo. Debo couldn't have got a better trip last time. I figured to get that kind of trip from the rail position, but he does have to go back outside after getting that trip. But he still should get a pretty good trip in here with a stalking trip, kind of stalk type chase after D's Wise Guy, who we assume is going to be the early speed in race number 3. Now this race starts at $1 pick 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 also available here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a claim out of race 2. The number 6, Unflappable Max, to new owners Victor and Nancy Salvato, new trainer Ilmar Loiza. As the drizzle falls, the field for race 3, the start of the $1 pick 6 comes out onto the track. The 1 is War of Thrones with Luis Perez. Here's the 2, Smooth Tails. Jackie Davis looks to give herself, and Timothy Murphy 2 on the card. The 3 is Cody's Express with Dalton Brown in the saddle. The 4 is D's Wise Guy with Kay Barcoa. The 5's Buck Wild and Andre Worry. And the 6 is Debo with Michael Davila Jr. Again, the $1 pick 6 starts here, folks. Both favorites have gone down so far. Big upset in the last as 1-5 on Flopable Max was a no-show. We move on. D's Wise Guy, 8-5. Michael Anthony Ferraro, both runners so far have not gotten the job done. I think D's Wise Guy's a little different though. He's a little bit more accomplished, and I would imagine unless Cody's Express really takes it to him early, D's Wise Guy could be in front here. He also could rate off of Cody's Express. I think he's better on the front end, D's Wise Guy, but Cabracoa has that option to sit should Dalton Brown and Cody's Express be hell-bent on the front end. There's a version of Smooth Tails that has some speed too, but I think his speed is kind of dwindled as he has gotten up there in age, and he probably shows more speed going longer at this point in his career. I went with D's Wise Guy, see if he can be on the lead or lay up right off of it. For second, I went to Debo. I like Debo a lot. 2 back, first off the claim for Asaph Ronan. He didn't fire. I underestimated him last time. He fired a big shot and galloped. We just saw Sneeds come back to win. So Debo, who's the very slight favorite right now, it's just a few $100 separating D's Wise Guy and Debo. We'll see how Michael Davila works out the trip, because he got a brilliant trip last time. And if he could work out that same trip and Cody's Express and D's Wise Guy hit, which they could very well do that, then he would be in what would appear to be a perfect spot again, just outside of the speed. So that draw, I think, helps him. And then the 1 War of Thrones, he returns for Jim Aquilano. All of his horses seem to be running first and second coming into the week with 9 of his 16 runners. Another one ran third. 3 wins already. A far better start to the meet than he had last season. This one's in for the waiver. And this horse is another one. He could benefit from the 3 and 4 hitting up front. And maybe Luis Perez sits a little bit of a trip and can work things out behind that speed. Again, to me, it looks like the race is going to line up 3-4 in some order, then 1-6, then 2-5. And we'll see who pulls the better trip of the closers in here, War of Thrones or Debo. But I think what D's Wise Guy has the versatility to go to the lead or sit just off of Cody's Express. 4-6-1 from me. $1 pick 6 starts here. Best of luck if you're playing. Talk to you for the 4th. We'll give out that pick 5 ticket for race number 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3 has made its way to the gate, and it's post time. The returning War of Thrones goes in, followed by Smooth Tails. Cody's Express is up next. Don't forget, free PPs courtesy of Equibase at FingerLakesGaming.com each and every racing day here in the 2024 season at Finger Lakes. D's Wise Guy goes in. Buck Wild goes in next. And the last to load is Debo. They're in the gate. And they're off. No one really anxious for the lead now. D's Wise Guy sent to the top. The gray D's Wise Guy and Cabracoa, sensing the urgency, grabs a 3-length lead. Nobody else wanted it. There's D's Wise Guy. To the outside is Debo in second. Then Cody's Express is in third. A gap of 4 lengths to Smooth Tails, who's trying to move up a bit in fourth. The 2 trailers are Buck Wild, who's just outside. War of Thrones. They ripped through the opening quarter. Boy, for someone who didn't want it, 22-1. D's Wise Guy maintains a 2.5. Now 3-length lead. Debo comes under a ride in second. Gap of 4 back to Cody's Express, who's losing ground along the inside. Smooth Tails collars him for third. A long way back to Buck Wild and War of Thrones. Off the turn and into the stretch. D's Wise Guy has a 2.5 length lead. Debo with dead aim through a 45 2/2. D's Wise Guy trying to hang in there. Debo takes a run at him. The D's are 1-2. D's Wise Guy on his hands and knees. Debo barreling at him. D's Wise Guy. Here's Debo to run him down in the final strides to win it by a length. Debo over D's Wise Guy, then Smooth Tails, and a late running War of Thrones. 5.5 and 105 and 2. Number 6, Debo was first. 4, D's Wise Guy second. 2, Smooth Tails third. 1, War of Thrones finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circle, 2 in a row for Debo. The official winner of race 3 is a 6-year-old gelding by Majestic City out of the Super Saver mare, Queen Buxley. The New York bred Debo's owned by Forgotten Man Racing Incorporated, trained by Asaph Ronan. Winning rider, Michael Davila Jr. $2 double 4-6, 47.20. $2 exact to 6-4, 8.40. 50-cent try, 642, $7.85. 10-cent super, 6-4, 2-1, $2.65. Race 4 comes up next. It's the start of the 50-cent pick 5. No changes here in race 4. Post time for the 4th, just over 23 minutes. We'll be giving out a play for this pick 4 during the prattle after the post parade. We had a claim at a race 3, the number 4, D's Wise Guy, the new owner, Bruno Schickendance, new trainer, Robert Johnston. Number 4, D's Wise Guy, the new owner, Bruno Schickendance, new trainer, Robert Johnston.
All right, getting ready for race number 4. Looking back at the third, Debo making it 2 in a row, was able to stay close with D's Wise Guy, just waiting for that one to stop. And when he did, Debo able to get the victory. So he's put it together for Asaf Ronan, Michael DeVilla aboard for the victory that starts off the $1 pick 6 as the 2 even monies run 1-2. Fourth race is that main event. It is restricted for 3-year-old fillies. Lack of experience here. You got a few first-time starters entered. One of the horses that did run, Shishi Shadow, is the one getting a lot of early play. Deservedly so, off of a good third-place finish last time. Probably a better race, and that was first start since November. You look at her other 2 starts. She started off her career in an off-the-turf event in the mud at Saratoga, then tried a minor stakes race here, the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes. So facing the maidens last time, I guess restricted 3s you would think would be a little easier, but it was her first start of the year, and it was only 4.5. So it gets a little more distance today in this Florida bred. Right now at odds of 6-5. Logical player in here. The inside speed does look to be the one, Mrs. Wobbles. Now, Miss Wobbles opened up a big lead. Looked like the winner last time. 47 and change was the half. One of the things you could say is she didn't have any excuse of that race as she got run down. See if she holds on better today, as this does look like a similar type of race, as she looks like the one that should go with lead unless one of these first-time starters show a little more speed than their works hint. Of the firsters, you got Dharma, probably with the best shot, you would think. This one's a half to Hannah Dances, who ran second the Arctic Queen. Actually put together a few wins in a row for M. Anthony Frau early in that one's career. This one will be making her first start as a 3-year-old, and she will debut with Lasix. Same with I'm Tappy. The other firster is the 5 Weekend at Jimmy's. This one out of Haldane, who was stakes place during that one's career. Half to a bunch of good ones that dam was. So according to the breeding Weekend at Jimmy's, looks like could be a player in here. Is getting a little action, 7-2. Not much for the work tab for this one though, but is a positive sign, is getting that action. But a lot of the early play on the 2, She Shadow, off that good third-place finish. Exacta tries Super Daily Double, and the pick 5 starts with race number 4. Got about 8 minutes to post.
The field for race 4, the start of today's pick 5s on the track. The 1 is Miss Wobbles. Rider Nazario Alvarado and trainer Linda Dixon look to win 2 on today's card. The 2 is Shishi's Shadow with Andre Worry. The 4 is Flute Song with Joel Cruz. The 5 is Weekend at Jimmy's with Kevin Navarro. There's the 3, I'm Tappy with Rafael Rohina Jr. And here's the 6, Dharma with Luis Perez. All right, so I'm not going to focus too much on this race. My best play of the days in this race, I love the 2, Shishi Shadow. 3 third-place finishes to start her career. Won at Saratoga in an off-the-turf race. Then she came here to her home base of Finger Lakes and finished 3rd in the Stone Cold. She's a Stone Cold Fox behind Sweet Brown Sugar. Was a multiple stakes winner for Paul Barrow. And then she returned from a November layoff 6 months to the day and finished a solid 3rd behind New York shipper Find Your Joy and Loose on a Lead World Bank. Hoping she gets out of the gate a little bit better today. She has speed in Miss Wobbles. Flute Song, the number 4, has shown speed in her debut, and we'll see what the firsters can do. I am singling Shishi Shadow on a $30 ticket. We're going to go 3 deep in the next race. My numbers here are 2, 6, 1, by the way. I put the Ferraro first, or Dharma second, and the 1 Miss Wobbles third, who she opened up a big lead and should have held on last time, and she didn't. Singling the 2, Shishi Shadow. Race number 5, 3, 5, and 6. We'll talk about the races as they come along, as we usually do. Next race is 3, 5, and 6. That's race 5. Race 6 is 1, 4, 6, 7. Race 7 is the other single. It's the number 2, Skylar Starship, another Michael Anthony Ferraro runner with Kay Bracoa, who's 6 to 1 on the morning line. So there's a little value there if he can hold anywhere near that price. I don't know if he will. And then we'll go 5 deep in the last. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the ticket again is 2 with 3, 5, 6, with 1, 4, 6, 7, with 2, with 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. If your bankroll does not afford that $30 ticket, you can trim a couple out of the last race. I would trim out the 6, keep my eyes on the boys, and the 7, we don't believe her, and just go 2, 5, 8. That makes it $18. But I'm using all 5. I've already used all 5. My ticket is in at fingerlakesbonusbets.com, where you get 6% back on all your wagers here at Finger Lakes, regardless of how much, how little you bet. If you bet $2,500 for the month of May, you got back 8%. So that's a big bonus. That's a safe place to show wagering. Head over to fingerlakesbonusbets.com. Get involved. Get your free PPs over at Finger Lakes Gaming, courtesy of Equibase. No reason not be getting into this Pick 5 pool. The Pick 5 is my favorite bet of all time. I was a big Pick 3 and Pick 4 player when I was a kid. Now, to me, the Pick 5 offers the best value. I love playing the Pick 5. Get involved. Kicking off here in race number 4. Singling the 2, Shishi Shadow. Best of luck in the Pick 5. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4 is at the gate, and it's post time. 6 fillies going 5.5 here in the 4th as we kick off today's 50-cent pick 5. In goes Miss Wobbles. Your favorite, Shishi Shadow, is next. One of 3 first-time starters, I'm Tappy, goes in. Here's the gray, Flute Song. Weekend at Jimmy's. And her debut goes in. Balking just a bit there as Weekend at Jimmy's. Now she's in. The final firster, Dharma, is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off a bit slowly there was the favorite Shishi Shadow. Miss Wobbles wasn't off slow. She was off quickly and got right to the lead. Flute Song's in second. After the miscue, Shishi Shadow moves up along the inside in third. And then the trio of firsters are at the back of the pack. Weekend at Jimmy's between Dharma and I'm Tappy. Miss Wobbles a length and a half. Flute Song trying to keep up in second. Shishi Shadow about 5 from the top in third. Here's I'm Tappy along the inside through a 22-3 opening quarter. She has a half dozen to make up. Then Dharma, and at the back is Weekend at Jimmy's. They're on the far turn. Miss Wobbles a length and a half. Flute Song trying to keep pace. Shishi Shadow trying to get going. Andre Worry trying to motivate her. I'm Tappy's along the inside. 3 deep is Dharma, and far back's Weekend at Jimmy's. Off the turn and into the stretch. Miss Wobbles opens up a 5-length lead. It's all Miss Wobbles through a 47.5. Shishi Shadow trying to move up, as is Dharma. They're in deep stretch. Miss Wobbles is almost home. Dharma's making a dent in the lead. Miss Wobbles, Dharma, Miss Wobbles. Dharma's getting closer. Miss Wobbles needs the line. Here's Dharma. Miss Wobbles saved by the wire. She won it by 3 parts of a length. Then it was Dharma. Shishi Shadow checks in third in 107-2. Number 1, Miss Wobbles was first. 6, Dharma second. 2, Shishi Shadow third. 4, Flute Song finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, Miss Wobbles. The 3-year-old daughter of Market Rally out of the Big Brown Mare. Maze Loves Brownies. It was a New York bred. Miss Wobbles gives owner Old First Ward Stable their second win of the day. Trainer Linda Dixon, her second win of the day. And winning rider Nazario Alvarado, his second win of the day, and it's official. $2 double 6-1, $14.60. $2 exacta 1-6, $31.20. 50-cent try, 1-6-2, $15.37. 10-cent super, 1-6-2-4, $10.10. 50-cent pick 3, 4-6-1, $33.12. And the 50-cent pick 4, 5-4, 6-1, $57 even. Race 5 comes up next. It kicks off the late pick 4. Late pick 4 in race 5. Scratch the 2. Make a joyful noise. Race 5, scratch the 2. The late pick 4 comes your way in race 5. Post times in just over 20 minutes.
We're getting ready for race number 5. Just getting a little bit of a sprinkle out here. Maybe some more rain to come, but right now, very light. Now, Miss Wobbles, much like her last race, opened up. Flute Song stayed with her early. She did open up a lead and seemed to be getting a little tired late again, but had too big a lead and was able to hang on this time a lot better and going the 5.5. Naz Alvarado for trainer Linda Dixon to start off the pick 5. Pick 4 starts in here. We scratch the 2, make a joyful noise, and real interesting races. You can make a case for a few of them here, even though you're down to 5 betting interest. The outside horse, Bonfire Diva, looked real good in victory, beating up on easier last time. Came out of a race with War Tapped, where she was one able to get the lead going 4.5, so she's got good early speed. She's outside of Super Slide, who figures to be the one that also has speed. But she sat right off of the pace setter last time, and they went 47, and she was able to take over and dominate those rivals. So we'll see if she can make it 2 in a row. Public seems to think so early anyway. She's at odds of 7 to 5. I put her as a second choice. I did use the 3, True Destiny, hoping that they come back a little bit in this race because Super Slide, not that fast, but will probably be aggressive, and Bonfire Diva hasn't really set that quick of fractions either. True Destiny maybe a little better going long. She did start off her career going short when she broke her maiden for 5,000. She won going 5.5 in the slop. But she also comes out of that War Tapped race and didn't run badly at all. Kind of chased a little bit when they went slow up front, but still ended up 3rd in that race. So another one that maybe more of the mercy of these outside 2 horses, maybe setting a little bit of a pace in here. I mentioned Super Slide. She caught a field that was just really slow when we saw her in November, when she went very slow fractions and was able to hold off Sweet Sugar Baby, taking advantage of that lack of pace. Now, it depends on what the 6 does in here with Bonfire Diva. Would really gauge how Super Slide runs, because she likes to be on or near the lead, usually on the lead, and she's inside of that rival. See if she's aggressive out of the gate, and that could be the real key to race number 5. This race starts the late pick 4. Again, scratch the 2, make a joyful noise.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4s on the track. Here's the 1, the Fabulous Moolah with Andre Worry. Scratch the 2, Make a Joyful Noise. The 3 is True Destiny with Kay Bracoa. The 4 is Amy's Link with Michael Davila Jr. looking for a riding double. The 5, Super Slide with John Davila Jr. And the 6 is Bonfire Diva with Stephen Frett. Field of 5 going 5.5 as we kick off the late pick 4 on this Tuesday. Don't forget, racing tomorrow here at Finger Lakes. First post 1:15. Takes from the Lakes with Dave Mattice and myself at 12:15, right after scratches and changes in the anthem, of course. True Destiny. I can't believe she's the 7-2 that she's on the morning line right now. I'll tell you what, I have not had a good day so far, but I think it can turn around here with True Destiny, who makes her second start off the layoff. She was on a rail last time. I don't think you wanted to be inside. She comes out of the War Tapped race. War Tapped has been good in both of her starts here this season so far at Finger Lakes. She looks great on the track, too. Gray horses always look good for some reason. It's hard to find the blemishes, but she looks really good on the track. I think Lisa Reed, who got her first win of the meet yesterday, I think she's got this one ready to roll second time out. Hoping she could just sit off the speed of Super Slide. Super Slide and Bonfire Diva both have some speed. It's not a ton of speed. They're not the fastest fillies and mares in the world, but they should be in front. I would hope that Koa is able to lay up right behind them. She has some speed too, True Destiny, but it's route speed. She's a great price at 4-1. I like True Destiny today. The 6 Bonfire Diva. I don't know where she found that race last time. It was an unbelievable effort. She got the job done at a pretty big price, second off the break. And she romped. She sat second. Good trip. She worked out a great trip. So the assumption would be you let Super Slide go off the layoff and just sidle up alongside of her. That's what I would do anyway. But we'll see. She's naturally faster, I think, than Super Slide. But if you feel like you can benefit from the target, you sit with Bonfire Diva and let the number 5 Super Slide go. And speaking of Super Slide, there she is. First start back for Paul Barrow. She got the job done in the mud before going to the bench last time. The blinkers went on. It was the first time she had ever been in front on her card. She had been close to paces, but she never led throughout. And she pretty much led throughout last time and was able to hold on. It's her first start as a 4-year-old. It's her first start in looking at almost 3 days shy of 7 months now. We'll see how she returns. And you have to figure she's not going to get a loose lead. She's going to have Bonfire Diva in close proximity, I would imagine. And again, I don't think True Destiny has to be that far back either. I went 3-6-5. Pick 4 starts here. Best of luck if you're playing. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com for free PPs courtesy of Equibase. Best of luck here in the 5th. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 5 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the 5th. The fabulous Moolah goes in first. My best Howard Finkel impersonation. True Destiny is up next. Amy's Link goes in. Here's Super Slide. And your favorite on a pretty tight tote board here, 9-5 to 7-2 separates 4 of these fillies and mares, is Bonfire Diva. They're in the gate, and they're off. Bonfire Diva briefly showed first. Here's True Destiny to keep her company on the front end. Back in third is the returning Super Slide. Along the rail in fourth is the Fabulous Moolah, and Amy's Link is at the back of the pack. Bonfire Diva, a length and a half. Rushing up is Super Slide to attack Bonfire Diva. Back in third is True Destiny. 2.5 more to the Fabulous Moolah, who's inside Amy's Link. 7 lengths from front to back through an opening quarter of 23 flat. Bonfire Diva, Super Slide to her outside, trying to press the issue. True Destiny dropping back. She's a half dozen from the front. 3 more to Amy's Link. The Fabulous Moolah trails. They're on the far turn. Bonfire Diva's looking for 2 in a row. Stephen fret like a statue on Bonfire Diva as they come off the turn and into the stretch with a 3-length lead. Bonfire Diva the half in 46-4, and Bonfire Diva's 3.5 in front. Here comes True Destiny. True Destiny's getting closer to Bonfire Diva. Bonfire Diva's still there. True Destiny's going to make a race of it. Bonfire Diva, True Destiny full head of steam. True Destiny goes by in the shadow of the wire to win by a length. Then it was Bonfire Diva in 107-2. Number 3, True Destiny was first. 6, Bonfire Diva second. 5, Super Slide third. 1, the Fabulous Moolah was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 3, True Destiny. 4-year-old daughter of Destin, out of the Yes It's True mare. True History is a New York bred. True Destiny is owned and trained by Lisa Reed. Winning rider, Cabercoa. And it's official. $2 double, 1-3, 58 even. $2 exacta, 3-6, 26.40. 50-cent try, 365, $18.12. 10-cent super, 3651, $10.35. And the 50-cent pick 3, 613, $22 and a quarter. Race 6 comes up next. The final pick 3 of the afternoon begins in race 6. If you turn to race 7, please note the number 2, Skylar Starships of Gelding. Race 7, the 2, Skylar Starships of Gelding. And in race 8, a rider changed for the 3, Kateri Empire, to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 3, Kateri Empire, in race 8. Post time for the 6th. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Is in just over 22 minutes. Folks, we got a claim out of race number 5, the 4 Amy's Link, to new owner trainer Asaph Ronan. Asaph Ronan claimed the 4 Amy's Link out of race 5.
Horse in the paddock for race number 6. And Bonfire Diva got a lot of extra play there. Got a little bit of pressure from Super Slide, who wasn't off that quick, but was able to soften her up enough that True Destiny able to chase her down in the late stages. It was Kiber Koa getting the victory for owner trainer Lisa Reed. The 6th race is upcoming here, and you have 7 betting interests for this race. No real strong favorite right now. Holy Matrimony getting a little play right now. The lukewarm favorite at 2-1. I did like Pot of Gold, who is a little questionable as far as the distance, making his first start of the year. He had took a significant drop at the end of last year, dropping all the way from an allowance race to the bottom, and responded to the drop with an easy victory at odds of 1-2. Now he stays at the bottom level, a positive sign. He's in for the waiver, and at least he skipped the 4.5. It's probably too short. Still 6 furlongs. Doesn't seem to be his best distance. But last year, you notice he had that layoff from April till August when he made his first start here. He did run pretty decently at the 11-9 maiden claiming level, running third, only beaten less than a length that day. So he's on his best. He should be able to handle this field even at 6 furlongs. But a lot of question marks, of course, with Pot of Gold getting a little bit of action as the second choice at odds of 5-2. Holy Matrimony, as mentioned, is the lukewarm favorite at 2-1. Ran pretty good his first start out of the box at the $5,000 level. Was facing a little bit tougher for most of last year before dropping to 5 at the end of the year, and ran a decent 4th after taking the lead in the stretch in that last race. So, and he did run well. There was a claim of foul in that race in his first start of the year on May 21st. Not sure if he probably wouldn't have won that race anyway, but he was right there. A good effort anyway for Holy Matrimony. He's got tactical speed in a race that doesn't have a ton of early speed in it. You would think that Red Hot Lincoln might have enough sprint speed to be out there as well. But definitely a player off of the good effort first time out at this level, and stays at the level after going for the waiver last time. Now, Thundering March is more at the mercy of the pace, as he's more of a deep closer in these sprint races, going 6 furlongs today. He did win going shorter, despite a relatively slow pace against maybe not the fastest of fields back in November. So he's very capable. He's never won at 6 furlongs, but he did win at 5.5, of course. Again, at the mercy of the pace is Thundering March. If it does develop, he does fit in here, and he always has good form. He always puts in that late run. But again, they'd have to back up to him a little bit, and then he's at odds of 7-2. Certainly not out of it, but it all pace dependent for Thundering March. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. Got 8 minutes to post.
The field for race 6 is out on the track. The 1 is Uncle Vic with Anthony Rodriguez. The 2 is Take the Edge with Stephen Frett. The 3 is Hot Rod Lincoln. John Berrios rides. The 4 is Pot of Gold with Emmanuel De Diego. Here's the 5. The Jig is Up with Carlos Camilo. The 6 is Holy Matrimony with Michael Davila Jr. And the 7's Thundering March, Luis Perez rides. Final pick 3 of the day kicks off here in race 6 in just over 4 minutes. I went to one of the favorites in here, the 6 Holy Matrimony, who, while I agreed with the steward's decision last time, I do think he was bothered a little bit. There's a difference between making a call and, like I said, I think they made the right call, but the horse also being affected. I don't think it was going to affect the finish of the race, and I think they rightfully left it alone. With that said, I think this horse got hurted a little bit and was affected. It was a big effort coming off a 6-month layoff. He was right there in contention, had a little trouble off the turn, still stayed on nicely to finish 3rd. And I think he's going to be tight as a drum off that race for Louis Gutierrez and Mikey Davila Jr., who's looking for a riding double on the card. This is another race where it doesn't appear that there's a lot of sprint speed in this race. And maybe this horse is on the lead today. It'll be close. Sometimes in these paceless sprints, the distance horses can get to the top. And that would be the case here for the 4 Pot of Gold. Pot of Gold has shown an abundance of speed going long. His 1 sprint, which was his first start here last August, he did not show a ton of speed. He was a bit forward in his debut at Aqueduct. That was going a flat mile, but all of his other races are 2 turns, and those 2-turn races, he has been forward throughout. So we'll see if Emmanuel De Diego, who was aboard last year right before they went to the bench, and he romped in the 2 life. He's in this 3 life now, but he also is eligible for the waiver, and he's in for the waiver, which is probably a good sign. We'll see how forward he is early. The 7 Thundering March comes off the same 6-month layoff as Pot of Gold, and they actually raced on the same day. He came from pretty far off the pace to get the job done by almost 3 lengths. I don't know how affected he is by the apparent lack of pace in here. He might be the one affected the most. So if he gets some pace, which is not expected, he could be dangerous, but I think it's going to be a little tough for him. And Uncle Vic would be my 4th horse in here. I actually used Uncle Vic in the pick 5. There was a time when Uncle Vic could have been in front here. And the blinker's coming off of Victor Dean, the 3rd. We'll see if Anthony Rodriguez sends him from the rail. That might make the most sense for Uncle Vic. He hasn't used his speed in a very long time, but the blinker's off. You know, a lot of people think the blinker's off helps horses go to the lead. Sometimes it goes the other way, and opening those blinkers up or getting rid of the blinkers fully gives them a little bit more of a tenacity, if you will. It lets them see things a little bit better, and they get their aggressiveness back. We'll see if Uncle Vic goes from the inside. He's a fantastic price at 9-1. I'm a little surprised he's that price because he has a little back class and he has the equipment change and he's drawn the rail. And we'll see if he can try and speed pop them. It's an interesting race. I'm surprised there's an even money favorite. Dave and I were talking about this on Takes from the Lakes. I thought 5 or 6 of them would be in single digits. There's a couple of outliers here, and there's an even money favorite in the number 4 Pot of Gold. 647 with a little 1s for me here in race 6. Best of luck. You have about a minute. Field is making its way to the gate. The field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. The first one to go in is going to be Hot Rod Lincoln. Number 3 goes in first. Here's the one, Uncle Vic. Take the Edge is next. Pot of Gold, your even money favorites in. Here's the Jig is Up. Holy Matrimony goes in. The last one to load is Thundering March. They're in the gate. And they're off. First to show was Thundering March. Now between horses, there's Pot of Gold. The favorite goes to the lead. Along the insides, Uncle Vic challenging, and splitting those two is Hot Rod Lincoln. So it's Hot Rod Lincoln. To his insides, Uncle Vic. Then Pot of Gold. Gap of 2.5 to Holy Matrimony, who's fourth. Fifth is the Gray. The Jig is Up. The two at the back of the pack are the Take the Edge and Thundering March. 23-1 the opening quarter, set by Hot Rod Lincoln. He's built a 2-length lead. Pot of Gold patiently ridden in second. Uncle Vic's under a ride in third. Holy Matrimony follows the mood of Pot of Gold. Then we come 2 lengths back to the Jig is Up. The two at the back are still Take the Edge. Thundering March about to go by him. They're midway on the turn. Hot Rod Lincoln. Here's Holy Matrimony with a 3-wide bid just outside of Pot of Gold through a 47.5. Holy Matrimony storms to the lead and quickly opens up a 2-length lead. Pot of Gold tries to stay with him, and now Pot of Gold re-engages to his inside along the rails. Uncle Vic. Holy Matrimony coming to the 16th pole with a 1.5-length lead over Pot of Gold. Holy Matrimony says, I do, and takes the 6th by 2. Then it was Pot of Gold. It was tight for third, maybe Hot Rod Lincoln in 113 flat. Number 6, Holy Matrimony was first. 4, Pot of Gold second. It's a photo for third. Number 3, Hot Rod Lincoln was third. The 2, Take the Edge, finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Holy Matrimony. The 8-year-old Geldings, the son of Union Rags, out of the not-for-love mare Significant Other. The New York-bred Holy Matrimony is owned by 3-player stable, trained by Luis Gutierrez, winning rider. 2 on the day for Michael Davila Jr., and it's official. $2 double 3-6, $30.80. $2 exacta 6-4, $7.70. 50-cent try 6-4-3, $7.90. 10-cent super 6-4, 3-2, $15.52. Race 7 comes up next. Starts the late double. Please note the number 2 Skylar Starship's a gelding. Race 7, the 2's a gelding. And in race 8, a rider change on the 3, Kateri Empire to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 3 in race 8. Race 7 and the start of the late double come your way in just over 22 minutes.
All right, we got 10 minutes to post for race number 7. We are getting the rain now, a little bit of a downpour now, but we'll see if that is enough to change the track condition. Could really affect this 7th race. Looking back at the 6th, it was Lugo with Holy Matrimony and Michael DeVilla. Michael DeVilla is riding great this year. He was able to get out there and get close to the leaders and go on with it and outkick Pot of Gold to get the victory. That was Michael DeVille for Louis Gutierrez. So go to our feature race of 7th, and we may get a little track condition change. We got a little rain coming down here. The 2-horse Skylar's Starship by Mendelssohn. Yeah, this horse showed all kinds of class as a 2-year-old. Broke his maiden actually on a fast dirt racetrack. The only time on a fast dirt racetrack he won. He did catch off tracks in his 2 stakes appearances after that, and didn't fare too well in those races, but again, some classy races that he was in. He makes his first start as a 3-year-old, first start here at Finger Lakes, goes first time Lasix. Very well bred. The dam was stakes placed as a 3-year-old in her career, so, and good works for Skylar's Starship. She's getting some play, as he gets to play at odds of even money. On the outside is Pop Coyer. Pop Coyer is very consistent. Does have a lot more seconds of victories, obviously still in this 2 lifetime condition, but has fired well against some tough competition in the past. And just got to break through. He did run well. He actually showed a little more speed than normal, as he was sharp in his 2024 debut, getting to the front end and holding pretty well behind Bustin' Away, who looked good next time out, was the next out winner. So Pop Coyer, hard to leave out of this race. And maybe he could break through and get to the winner's circle, but at least he's a top 3 threat no matter what in this race. Now Chris Engelhart has 2 of them in here. He's got Stewie, who's the 3-horse, coming off a victory, a maiden victory. Then Uncle George, who just ran in the condition last time off of the claim, and did have a little bit of trouble in that race. He was checking early as he didn't break all that sharp and got caught behind horses. See how he breaks today now. John Davila goes to Stewie, and you get Andre Worry on Uncle George. You would expect him to run better if he breaks better today, Uncle George. And Stewie does have that room to improve, as he did show good speed last time. See how they play it as far as the pace is concerned, as Uncle George used to show speed, but Stewie's inside of him and did just win in gate-to-wire fashion. Stewie the better odds of the 2 right now at 7-1 with Uncle George, currently at 7-2. So those are some of the players here in our feature event, the 7th race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here.
The field for race 7, the start of the late doubles on the track. Here's the 1, Al's Frosted with Jeremias Flores. The 2 is Skylar's Starship with Cabercoa. The 3 is Stewie with John Davila Jr. The 4 is Uncle George. Andre Worry rides. The 5 is Ranger Blue with Joel Cruz. And the 6 is Pop Coyer with Kevin Navarro. It's a field of 6. They'll go 5.5 furlongs in today's feature. Again, we kick off the late double. I really like Skylar's Starship in here. 2-1 second choice now. First time Lasix gelding. First time Michael Anthony Ferraro, who is winless on the afternoon. And going to try and get off that schneid here with his last chance of the afternoon. You know, this horse has raced once on a fast track now. That could be mitigated by what's happened here in the last 10 minutes. You guys got some rain up here, just so you know. This city boy is used to some crazy weather, but it just comes and goes as it pleases here. I'm not so sure it wasn't the competition as opposed to the wet track, because he faced El Grande O in 3 of his 4 starts down at the Big A and in Saratoga and at Belmont. He's running all 3 tracks. First time on the grass, twice on sloppy and muddy tracks. The one time he caught a fast track, he was pretty impressive. He won. It was a pretty live maiden race that day. I don't know how wet this track has gotten right now, but if he can show up with that maiden win and improve off that in his first start as a 3-year-old, I should say, he's going to be extremely tough in here. I like Skylar's Starship. We'll see if he's as good in that one race on a fast track today as he was back then. The 4, Uncle George, just 1 for 21 in his career. He's the class of the race, though. He's faced some tough hombres down south and out west on both dirt and turf. His lone win has come on the grass, so he'd be looking for his first dirt win here, and he's your 9-5 favorite. He's not a great price, now 8-5, but he's certainly one of the players in here. Dave and I was talking about this on Takes from the Lakes. John Davila Jr. rides the 3 Stewie. Now, Chris Englehart trains both. He rides a lot of horses for Chris, obviously. John Davila Jr. goes to Stewie, who broke his maiden in the last out in his 6th start, back in Chris's barn. And Andre Worry picks up Uncle George, so more than capable replacement, obviously, one of the leading riders here, year in and year out. I put him second, the 6, Pop Coyer. You know, we put top 3s up here. If Pop Coyer wins today, I feel like I have to lose. I didn't really like the 1, the 3, or the 5, even though I hope Ranger Blue prevails tonight, starting at 8:15 over the Florida Panthers. Pop Coyer is supposed to get a good trip in here. And I don't know. He ran against Bustin' Away, who might be one of the best horses on the grounds. But again, he was a big price, 13 and almost 14 to 1 last time. Boy, 13 starts, 5 seconds, 3/3. So just a lot of board placings here with just that 1 victory. 2, 4, 6 for me. See if Skylar's Starship can get leading trainer Michael Anthony Ferraro a win on the Tuesday card. The field has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for race number 7. In goes the 1, Al's Frosted. Here's the 2, Skylar's Starship. Co-favorite right now. Board's been changing a lot, though. The 3, Stewie, goes in. Next up is Uncle George, the 2nd of 2 for trainer Chris Englehart. Ranger Blues next. Last to load is Pop Coyer. They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Ranger Blue between horses, Uncle George, and at the rail, Al's Frosted. Now mixing it up is Stewie. Four of them across the track, joined by Pop Coyer. The two at the back, a Skylar Starship. And Ranger Blue emerging with the lead is Stewie. Stewie 2 lengths to the good of Pop Coyer to the outside of Uncle George along the rails. Al's Frosted, he's 5.5 from the lead. Skylar Starship's under a ride. And on the far outside, Ranger Blue just moved into third, 22-2. Stewie ripped through that opening quarter, and he has a 4-length lead on Pop Coyer. It's Stewie around the far turn. Pop Coyer gives chase. It's 4 lengths back to Ranger Blue, who's moved into third. Along the rails, Al's Frosted. Then we come back to Uncle George and the trailer, Skylar Starship. The leader is Stewie, 45-4. Stewie moving right along. Pop Coyer is only danger. Stewie past the 8th pole with a 3-length lead. Pop Coyer's giving chase and getting closer. Stewie's almost home. Pop Coyer a final run. Stewie, Pop Coyer, Stewie virtually flag faulted. That's all by a length and a half. Then it was Pop Coyer. Uncle George was third. Skylar Starship rounds out the super in 105-3. Number 3, Stewie was first. 6, Pop Coyer second. 4, Uncle George third. Photo for fourth. Number 2, Skylar Starship was fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is Stewie. It's 2 in a row for Stewie, a 3-year-old gelding by Exaggerator out of the Mineshaft mare Uniquely Mine. The New York bred Stewie is owned by Bella Cavello Stables LLC and Alexander Levengood, trained by Chris Englehart, winning rider John Davila Jr., and it's official. $2 double 6-3, 42.80. $2 exact at 3-6, 36.80. 50-cent try, 3-6-4, 19 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 3-6-4-2, $6.90. Race 8's up next. The finale offers win play show, exact a try and superfecta wagering. Rider change from the 3, Kateri Empire to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 3 in race 8. And the finale comes your way in just over 23 minutes. Don't forget, folks, free PPs courtesy of Equibase over at fingerlakesgaming.com. Tomorrow's PPs with Wednesday racing will be up at some point this evening. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com for your free PPs for the Wednesday card, courtesy of our friends at Equibase. Ladies and gentlemen, track condition is still labeled fast, but the track has been sealed. Sealed and fast for race 8.
We're getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card, getting some wet weather. We did seal the racetrack for this last race, kind of a fast, wet, fast type surface right now. And I kind of had a hunch that with Davila going to Stewie, that would be the one that was sent hard to the lead, but was surprised that Stewie was able to sustain that speed. You know, when Pop Coyer was chasing him, it was probably done from there. Pop Coyer liking to get that second position. What a consistent horse he is. A good horse to have in the stable. But Stewie makes it 2 in a row and it is an improving horse. John Davila for trainer Chris Engelhart. We go to the last race, 5,000 claimer. This one for fillies and mares. And yeah, some early money on the 5 Thins legs, who could be the speed here. This one kind of sat off a little bit when Determined Love, who was the main speed, got out there alone. And actually, maybe she let her go a little bit too much. Hard to say, is Determined Love maybe was just that fast, that good, and she came back to win her next start. Now you don't really have a strong speed type in here, and she's probably just as quick, if not quicker, than Betty Rubble. Her race to lose, it seems like. Thin legs right now at odds of even money. See how she handles the sealed racetrack, though. We don't believe her. Yeah, she's got a lot of room to improve. She was out of that same race, took a little bit of money at 4-1, and she was facing a lot tougher before dropping to 5, and that was her first start of the 2024 season. So you would expect her to improve in this race, and she had a lot to do at 4.5, maybe a 5.5. That puts her in the race a little bit more, and that back class could come through. She's at a good price right now at odds of 6-1, considering how good she's been in the past. And let's face it, she didn't really have much chance. We had a lone speed winner going 4.5 furlongs. The 2 Moulin Rouge probably get a little play. She comes out of a weaker race, though. She didn't beat much, but it was her first start of the year. Took a lot of play. I guess that's just basically by default off of her form at the end of last year. I mean, the horse that was second, really the only contender in there. But she was able to get it done. And she could improve off that race as well, considering it was her first start of the season. She's a little bit of a price, too. And then there's the 6. Keep my eyes on the boys. Maybe this is more of a prep race before she goes long. She's been better going long. Has burned a little bit of money, though. If you look at her last few starts of the year, when she dropped to 5,000, they were all over, and understandably so. She was dropping from allowance races, but she failed to get it done a couple in a row before she caught a really, really soft group of 3 lifetimes with Pal's Ally and others, and ended up actually getting the lead in that race, and it was over. But this is a different type of race. But maybe she can remember her back class, and maybe the freshening will do her good. Always dangerous when you're from the Engelhart barn, as he just won the 7th race. Exacta Super offered in today's last race. Just a reminder, we continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Next live day, of course, tomorrow with a 1:15 first post.
The field for the finales on the track. The 1 is In Traffic with Joel Cruz. The 2 is Moulin Rouge. Cabracoa looks for 2 on the day. The 3 is Kateri Empire. Note the rider changed to Jackie Davis, who also looks for a riding double. The 4 is Betty Rubble with Carlos Camilo. The 5 is Thin Legs. Rider Michael Davila seeks 3 on the day. Here's the 6, Keep My Eye on the Boys, as John Davila Jr. and Chris Engelhardt look to sweep the late double. The 7's We Don't Believe Her with Andre Worry. And the 8's Let's MAGA with Kevin Navarro. Just a couple of minutes to post here. Thin Legs is even money, the number 5. Picked her on top. She's supposed to be controlling speed. And even if she's not, she shouldn't be too far from Moulin Rouge. But she's supposed to be the controlling speed in here. And I went 5 deep in a now defunct pick 5 ticket. In fact, if Thin Legs wins, the pick 6 hit, everybody else is a carryover. And if the 4 Betty Rubble wins, the pick 6 and the pick 5 are carryovers. So it's been a tough sequence, and we'll see if Thin Legs, who my man Tice thought could be the single today. I'll tell you what, she was good last time. Determined Love came back. She got loose on the lead. Determined Love came back to win again. Wonder how much moisture's in that track, because this mare really, really does not like moisture in the ground. Does not like it. So we'll see how she handles the wet track. She's even money. You can see they're splashing around there. We'll see how Thin Legs does. The 2, Moulin Rouge. I do love the name. She won last time off the layoff. She got up in the nick of time at even money. She didn't run well off the layoff last year and then came back and improved. She ran well this year and improved. What happens if she improves second time again? She'll be right there. I put her second. She's a juicy price right now at 5-1. I imagine she'll go down before post time. And then the 8's another big price. Let's MAGA. You know, Let's MAGA kind of has, I don't want to say back class, but she kind of has some figures in the Wayback Machine that get her a big piece of this. And I don't think she necessarily needs to be too far from the lead. I'd like to see Kevin Navarro be a little bit more aggressive than he has been. Or maybe he'll get aggressive with Let's MAGA from the outside draw. 5, 2, 8. I also thought the 6 and 7 had chances here. You guys seem to think it's all about Thin Legs. I thought it was a much more wide open race. We'll see who's right. Best of luck in the finale. PPs, courtesy of Equibase, up at fingerlakesgaming.com sometime this evening for tomorrow's Wednesday card. We'll see if we have a carryover in the pick 4, in the pick 5, or the pick 6, depending on the result here, as Thin Legs now goes to 4-5. Best of luck in the finale, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Post times in a minute. The field for race 8 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Loading for the finale. The first to go in is In Traffic. Next up is Moulin Rouge. Here's Kateri Empire. Betty Rubble goes in. Heavy favorite Thin Legs up next. The only horse covered in the pick 6. Carry over if anybody else wins. Here's Keep My Eye on the Boys as Thin Legs goes to 4 to 5. We Don't Believe Her's next. And the last to load is Let's MAGA. They're in the gate. And they're off. Let's MAGA shows first now. Thin Legs, aggressively ridden by Michael Davila Jr., gets to the lead. Moulin Rouge tracks in second along the inside. 3 across the track in third. It's Keep My Eye on the Boys. Now moving up as We Don't Believe Her. Stacked 4 wides. Let's MAGA. Along the insides, Kateri Empire trying to move up. The 2 trailers of Betty Rubble. And In Traffic, Thin Legs has a 2.5 length lead. It's Thin Legs. Let's MAGA moves into second just ahead of Moulin Rouge. 22 and 3, the opening quarter. Thin Legs. Here's Let's MAGA. Moulin Rouge under a drive in third. Then we come back to Kateri Empire. In Traffic, trying to make up some ground along the inside. From the back, Keep My Eye on the Boys is moving up around We Don't Believe Her. And Betty Rubble off the turn and into the stretch to a 47.5. Let's MAGA with dead aim on Thin Legs, who's still there. Thin Legs by 2.5. Let's MAGA trying to reel her in. Thin Legs has a 2.5, now 3-length lead. Thin Legs, Let's MAGA her only challenger. Thin Legs is almost home. Let's MAGA a final rally, but it's going to fall short. Thin Legs at 2 to 5, a length and a half. Then it was Let's MAGA. In Traffic was along for third over Kateri Empire. 106 and 4 for the 5.5 in the finale at Finger Lakes. Number 5, Thin Legs was first. 8, Let's MAGA second. 1 In Traffic third. 3, Kateri Empire checked in fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 5, Thin Legs. The 5-year-old mare is a daughter of Mission Impossible out of the Frost Giant mare Thin Dress. The New York bred Thin Legs is owned and trained by Jim Aquilano. 3 on the day for winning rider Michael Davila Jr. $2 double 3.5, 1960. $2 exact to 5.8, 21.40. 50-cent try, 5.81, 21 even. 10-cent super, 5.8, 13, $25.75. 50-cent pick 3, 635, $13.25. 50-cent pick 4, 3635, $75.62. 50-cent pick 5, $422.50. Pick 6 was hit. 6 of 6, $1,319.50. Consolation 5 of 6, $29.25. That wraps up the live racing portion of the day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Please note, casino is open until 4 a.m. We're back tomorrow with an 8-race card set to go to post at 1:15 p.m. Until then, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanks for joining us today. Please arrive home or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.